there a motion?
Delegate Yellowhair motion.
Delegate Brown.
Second, Delegate Begay.
There's a motion by Senate Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair to accept the report. Second by Senate Delegate Nathaniel Brown. And with that, we'll move forward to a roll call vote to
Chairman
accept the
Penio,
report.
this is Delegate Crotty.
Senate Delegate Alder Knessa Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just who would be the Navajo Nation entity that oversees nonprofits that are conducting business on the Navajo Nation? Is there a regulatory? Is that business regulatory? Could I just get staff to help me figure out that answer, as you would just need to learn more about how nonprofits are working on Navajo Nation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that question. Ms. Kristen Lowell, are you back on the call here? Or Mr. Rodas?
Mr. Chair, this is Mel. I'm on the line.
Mel, if you provide response.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair Crotty. Yes, I believe that it would be Business Regulatory Department if it's a domestic nonprofit, meaning if they registered as a nonprofit with BRD, as opposed to becoming a nonprofit with a state.
Oh, I'm sorry. This is Catherine Balzowski from Navajo DOJ. I just want to supplement Mr. Rodis's answer.
Oh, thank you, Catherine.
No problem. Thanks, Mel. Just all nonprofits that work on the Navajo Nation should be registered with the Business Regulatory Department, and they're supposed to be overseeing them as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the information. And from there, we'll go back to the committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions? All right, then I'll call for a roll call vote to accept the report. Ramona?
Yes, Chairman Hania, roll call vote on accepting the report. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Knesbot Crotty, how do you vote?
Senate, this is Delegate Amber Kines-Bacardi. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Knesbot Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman.
Christina, thank you for the roll call vote. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We have accepted the report with item A on the agenda. Next item, B on our agenda is Peggy, what's the next report? I'm trying to open my computer up, but there's some kind of web malware or something popping up on my computer now.
Okay. Members of the Budget and Finance Committee, the next report is an update on, excuse me, an update on the ARPA Hardship Assistance Program. And this is provided by the Elizabeth Begay, Interim Controller. Thank you, Office of the Controller.
Okay, thank you, Peggy, for the information. Ms. Elizabeth Begay, are you on the call?
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Elizabeth Begay. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Controller. You have the floor to provide the report through, I believe you have Mr. Gerald Shirley that does this report.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Budget and Finance Committee. I provided a summary of the ARPA hardship check run to date as of yesterday, August 22nd, 2022. And based on that summary report, we issued 335,583 checks to enrolled Navajos, amounting to $555,268,200. And of course, we still working with the vital records on individuals sharing CIB. So we reserve an amount of $6,644,000 for those until they resolve the issue with the sharing CIB. So the total expenditures plus the reserve amount amounted to $561,912,200. And the budget now for ARPA hardship with the supplemental amount of $120 million that was approved by the council, the total budget is now at $677 million. And of course, that represents 33% of the $2,079,461,000 that was allocated for the Navajo Nation under the ARPA. So there's available balance left of $115,087,800 to assist all eligible enrolled Navajos to receive the ARPA hardship. And just for the committee's information, Emerson Forrest is now managing the ARPA hardship program. She's being overseen by Christine Chavez, the new accounting manager under contract accounting. So there's some changes in the management of the ARPA hardship program. And we are scheduled to do a check distribution drive over at Navajo Mountain this Thursday and Friday. And we will be issuing the checks for those residents of that area. We will be doing the press release. Emerson is handling that, as well as the radio announcements. So it will be this coming Thursday and Friday. That's the report for the update on the ARPA hardship. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the update. Is there a motion that committee members to accept the report? Motion,
Delegate Brown, I'll motion.
Motion by Delegate Elmer P. Begay, second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So that will have a motion and a second. Any questions, comments for Ms. Elizabeth Begay?
Chair Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Shenandoah, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So appreciate the report, Acting Controller Begay. In terms of the timeline for the duplication of the census numbers, could you provide more information on when this will be resolved? And if there's another alternative method that could be used to provide relief to those citizens whose checks have been delayed because of an internal Navajo issue. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Harlan, for your question. I'll defer back to presenter, Ms. Elizabeth Begay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Delegate Crotty, for that question. Timeline to resolve the duplicate CIB number. We're working with the vital records on that. As an alternative method, we're also working with our IT consultant for those CIBs that were already paid, but there were not the legitimate owner of the CIB, because currently our accounting system will not process a check if that particular CIB was already paid. So we are working with our IT consultant how to tweak our accounting system so that we can issue the check to those Navajos who are the legitimate owner of the CIB. And so the issuance of the check that have been delayed, we are now more timely in getting the information from the hardship team. They are now timely releasing the new applicants' information. So we're running the checks on them in a timely manner as well. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the information on the response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? I have a question.
Chair Henyo, this is Delegate
Chair Henyo.
Crotty.
Delegate Amber Crotty, you have the floor.
Yes, Chair. Just as a follow-up, Acting Controller, I did ask for a timeline, and I understand when you say timely or just, what does that mean? What does that mean to someone, a Navajo Nation citizen, who has been waiting for 8 months for a hardship check? You know, the hardship was distributed by emergency legislation, and so when is the internal team going to develop a mechanism to assist and provide, you know, resources that they're entitled to, and who's accountable to that? Who, and at what time are we going to get an answer on a date that I don't know this IT consultant, but what decision do they need to make so that these relatives get their funding? And I want to ask Legislative Council, if you're on the line, or Department of Justice, is it a policy? Is it what was passed in terms of application that requires the CIB? I don't think there was. I am trying to think of a mechanism to assist those individuals who were issued the same CIB. And I want to say, I'm not sure if that was ever brought up before with this duplication of CIB, and how do we move forward? Is there a way that this committee or this council can take some kind of action to those individuals who've been waiting, and continue to contact their representatives, including myself, to, you know, they're worried that they're not going to receive their check, first of all, and second, just the lack of communication. So how can we resolve this issue in terms of a policy stance? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the questions, which were undoubted though. I'll defer to Office of Legislative Counsel, Ms. Barboff or Ms. Tapahi, and then after that I'll defer back to Ms. Begay.
Thank you, Mr. Henyo, Chairman Henyo. This is Ms. Labrock. I'm going to have to go back through the resolutions to see if there was anything specific about the CIV numbers I'm not aware on the top of my head, so perhaps DOJ could opine on that. I think the major question is most certainly the legislations only go to the hardship is only goes to Navajo members. So I don't know what the alternative is other than a CIB number for determining on a paper application or a virtual application that somebody is a Navajo member without referencing a CIB number. But as I said, I'll need to go back through all of the legislations to determine if it specifically says CIB number. So for now, I'm going to have to defer to DOJ on that question. Thank you. Back to you, Chair Hino.
Thank you, Ms. Barbaugh, for the response. And I'll defer back to Ms. Elizabeth Gay for another response.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. The question is, the CIB is the driver for a Navajo to be eligible for ARPA hardship assistance. I believe the legislation or the resolution awarding the assistance is that it has to be awarded to enrolled Navajos. So in order for a Navajo to provide evidence that he or she is enrolled is based on the CIB. I don't have any other information how to make that determination on the enrollment except for the CIB. As far as the timeline for resolving the issue of sharing CIB, we have to work with the vital records on that because they're the one that has to resolve this issue. They have to issue another CIB number to the person that's not the legitimate owner of that particular CIB, because our accounting system can only accept to make a payment to the CIB number once. That's why we're working with our IT consultant if we can resolve this issue about a particular individual getting paid based on a CIB that he or she is not the legitimate owner. Our accounting system is set up to accept 6 digits on that CIB column because there's only 6 digits in a CIB. Some only have 4, but then we include 0 at the beginning. But for those that already use the 6 digits, we're working with our consultant. If we can add another digit, like, for example, an F, meaning it's not the correct CIB that was paid. So in the event of an audit, because that's the information or the documentation that the auditor requests, provide us evidence that this particular individual is entitled to receive an ARPA hardship assistance, and they request for a CIB. So in that case, we get alerted that this particular individual that received a payment is not the actual or the legitimate owner of that CIB number if we add another digit, for example, an F. So that's the one we're working with our consultant. And as far as the delay in processing checks, when I said we're more timely now, in the past, we have to wait until we get like 5,000 names before it gets submitted to the accounts payable section for check run, but now we are getting the information once a week so that we can process the check of the new applicants or those that have yet to be assisted on a weekly basis instead of waiting for the names to accumulate in thousands before we process the checks. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the response, Ms. Begay. Back to you, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments on the reports? If there are no further questions or comments, I'll call for the question.
Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer Begay, you have the floor.
Okay, Chair Donald, my titular, Chair Henio, and thank you to Madam Controller Begay. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the Controller Begay for responding to my emails and trying to help my constituents that are a lot of questions on their hardship. But one, the last email that I sent you regarding some family members, and they received their check, they just sent me their text message. On to that, I think the same person, I'll send you another text saying that I think, are they really late if they didn't get the first hardship under the CARES? Never got it, and this is the first time that they applied it and they got their check. Right? I guess at the last minute they did. So is it on the CARES? I just want to know that they just want to know. They asked me, is it possible? Because there's some fundings that are still there's still some that's still out there. So they want to know that if they didn't get that under the CARES, are they eligible to get it under this new under the ARPA funding? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Back to you, Ms. Begay, Controller. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Begay, the question is that they did not get the CARES hardship assistance if they can get it from the ARPA hardship assistance. The answer to that is if they already got paid from the ARPA hardship assistance, they will not get any more payments because they're only entitled to one payment hardship for ARPA. I don't know the reason why they did not get the CARES. Probably they did not apply, but they're only entitled to one ARPA hardship assistance. Mr. Chair. Hello?
Chairman Henio, are you still on the call?
Vice Chair Smith, you may have to help us, please.
I'm here. Okay, I'm here. Back to Budget Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? If there are no further questions or comments, then I'll call for the question to accept the report. Mona, roll call vote to accept the report.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote on accepting the report. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Keenan-Spot-Crotty, and I'll vote red on this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott-Crotty votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Raymond. Okay, thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. I'm sorry, Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 1 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
I vote
Thank
green.
you. Vice Chair Smith.
Yes, the roll call vote for accepting the report is 4 members voting in the affirmative, 1 opposing, chairman not voting. Chairman?
Negotiate 4 in favor, 1 opposed, 10 not voting. Motion receives a due pass. Thank you, Ms. Begay, for the report. Peggy, what's next on the report agenda?
Chair Henio, before we move on to the next report, can you give me the motion and second for this, the ARPA report, please?
In the hardship?
Yes. Who made the
Motion by
motion?
Delegate Elmer P. Begay and second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Okay, thank you so much. The next report is going to be the donations update presented by Harlan Cleveland, Director, Emergency Management Department, Division of Public Safety.
Okay, who's the presenter for that?
Harlan Cleveland.
Mr. Cleveland, are you on the call?
Yes, sir. This is Harlan Cleveland. I'm on the call.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cleveland. You have the floor. Provide the report.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Henio and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. The report that I'll be providing is just going to be an overall cost on the budget for the donation. So as you're aware, the Department of Emergency Management is overseeing the donations budget. So the budget that I ran on FMIS, we have a budget of $8,893.39. Of that to date, in supporting the Health Command Operations Center, the Department of the Division of Community Development, our office, as well as Division of Social Service, we've spent $2,806,662.96. Of that, that we've spent, we've supported the contractor, the alternative care site, the contractor for NECA, the school for the alternative care site, our Everbridge mass notification system, and the Division of Social Service in the burial assistance for individuals who had passed as related to COVID. We also do have some blanket purchase orders at BASHAs to support the Division of Health, Health Command Operations Center logistics section. So those are for COVID positive individuals, COVID patients. That's kind of where we have some blanket purchase orders assisting them. We are in a support role to HCOC, the Health Command Operations Center, as they are the lead department in responding to this COVID pandemic. That's pretty much all I have, sir, for the overall budget and the remaining balance. The remaining balance that we have, I'm sorry, I forgot to mention, is $6,087,176.04. That's the remaining balance that we have. Majority of that balance is set into the Social Emergency Fund to assist the Health Command Operations Center. And that concludes my report, sir.
Thank you for the report. Is there a motion to accept the report? Vice Chair Smith?
I'll second Delegate Brown.
Motion by Vice Chair Smith, second by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So with that, Budget and Finance Committee, any questions for Mr. Cleveland?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate. Friday with the question.
Delegate Amber Kinatsua-Crowdy, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. Quickly, thank you, Mr. Cleveland, for your report in terms of the HCOC operations. Has this funding been able, have you thought about using this funding to help assist when emergencies occur, like building up your emergency response, whether there's a public health emergency? In terms of the COVID-19 and now monkeypox, what type of data or what are we using to be able to respond when individuals need assistance? I do see the daily PR on positive patients. I'm just not sure if the donation money is being used for those families who are COVID positive. If you could give me some insight and how you're building up your technology or data to address those communities, especially in rural areas. How do you receive information, and how do you relay that information if, like, the CHRs are understaffed? Who do you depend on to provide that information to deploy some of these resources? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Delegate Crotty. At the moment, we get our information from HCOC and responding to whatever the pandemic's, whichever direction that we're going to be going, we're providing that support role. So as far as moving forward in the event that we should start dealing with monkeypox through HCOC, we'll be providing support. I would like to move or transition to the preventative, maybe community outreach, to where we support them in paying for their media PSAs, whether that's through the radio or through television advertisements, so we can provide awareness in responding to or how to mitigate those diseases or whatever we're going to be moving forward with. So that's an idea that we could move forward with. And as far as building up our program, unfortunately, we're just down to a staff of 3. So that's the challenge for us at Department of Emergency Management. So hopefully with this new fiscal year, through the general funds, as well as unmet needs budgets, we'll be able to hire on some additional personnel to support our department in responding to all emergencies, whether they're natural disasters, man-made disasters, or more COVID or monkeypox or whatever is going to be happening towards the future. That's all I have, ma'am. That's all I have, Vice Chair or Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Cleveland, for the response. I'm sorry, I just going back and forth here. Back to the committee, I did hear Vice Chair Smith. Did you have a question, Vice Chair Smith?
So, okay, Chair Henio, I did have a question on Auto Budget and Finance Committee members. For those that are listening on board, the question I have is, we're experiencing monsoon in Joniana, but on the other hand, folks like in the areas are having roof problems. I guess it started from that Nigel land down during springtime. Every day, Nigel. I remember that. Out of the shingles that roof materials. That's all. That's all. But not Tindo. Has that Masan dan Linigi. It's Shada. What they could have done. Is there a way that we could tap into that emergency funding so that we could, help out our elders, or either those that need emergency help? And I've seen pictures of it, especially in the areas that I represent. There's a Masanle, COVID-19 benina. Knowledge on a shadow, without a balcony, Benina do once the Kondanas Kino. Chida Doyat Eta. That's my question now, Chair. It seems like we're not utilizing that funding to the full extent now, though. I know it's for COVID-19 purposes. For COVID-19, and no, yeah, you should be staying home. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner, Vice Chair Smith, thank you for your question. Mr. Cleveland?
Thank you for the question, Delegate Smith. That is a possibility that we could look at. Because I know in the fund management plan, it says at the discretion of the department. So in the meantime, what we do is once we get a report of somebody that has roof damage or their roof had collapsed in, we would refer them back to the chapter to get assistance from the chapter. If the chapter doesn't have any funding, then we would look at Red Cross to assist. Red Cross usually assists with lodging. I don't know what else, maybe like cleaning supplies and things like that. So we try to exhaust every resource that is out there from the tribal government as well as the non-governmental entities. And then we would, depending when we send out our personnel, one of my staff to do an assessment, they would in turn also do a support letter or referral letter to NHA to try to get those individuals or to try to get that family into a temporary housing at NHA. But that is an avenue that we can look at. It's just, we just got to figure out how are we going to start moving forward with that, as far as, is there like an application or something similar to the LAHI program? That would be my response, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cleveland, for the response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? Tenoya. Senda Delegate Amr PBK.
Somebody's kept on me area but my question is like today if there's any emergency that occurs again, like regarding the people still even though we get vaccinated and that but some offices some part of it, and then some gatherings, so still people have to go through some cases where people came in with positive, and it affects people. But as far as we know that today, that if you're vaccinated, quarantine, it doesn't really affect. They reduce the dates, the time. So regarding all this new precautionaries or prevention that are coming in, and regarding the COVID-19, something like that. I think they should, or just what my Delegate Smith reported or mentioned about the roads in emergency. So is it still that you have to fill out that form 213 form? I think is it still effective? Do we still have to go through that process? If we can be mentioning or anything that's regarding emergency. I know that Navajo County on our side, they declared emergency with the roads and the weather conditions through the monsoon. We still try to coordinate with them with that form 213. Chair. If it is going, is it still those forms is available through online or Chair? Is my question. Thank you.
Shukriya for your questions. I'll defer back to you, Mr. Cleveland.
Thank you for the question, Delegate Begay. Yes, the forms are available on the Division of Community Development's website. So if you go to Navajo DCD and in the top bar, you can click the Documents tab. And once you click that Documents tab, it'll take you to the Document section, and then it has a section for emergency management. And there are forms there that chapters can download and fill out and send into our office. And we do recommend that they do send a 213, whether it's the 213 general message or the 213 resource order request. And that resource order request is basically what type of assistance or what type of items that they are looking for or that they are needing, is what we would recommend. Then from there, we would look at it and send it to the appropriate department, whether they're requesting for greater, we would send it to NDOT, but those forms are available on the Division of Community Development's website under the Documents tab. That's my response, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Cleveland, for the response. Back to Committee, Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair Henyo, this is Delegate Cardi.
Now you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. I want to thank Mr. Cleveland and his team for assisting not only during COVID, but during the sandstorms and now with the monsoon relief. They were out at Sheep Springs Command Center. Chair, I do want to state that, they, with their limited capacity, this is something that we should take into consideration as a committee on how to build up the emergency response for the nation. The second area, because they were able to help when the police or the fire, in the monsoon relief, there was a severe accident with our firefighters and they were able to assist, so I appreciate that. But now as we're doing assessments with the relief effort, I think in terms of the turnaround time and for DEM to be able to deploy these resources, I don't know exactly like what the plan is when it comes to like emergency management, but if we could be provided that plan so that we could continue to support the program, or at least enter into partnerships. Like we're receiving inquiries from the state. EOC, we've also received inquiries like from Senator Lujan's office on how they can assist. And so it's always great during an emergency that they receive correct information. And so training is vital. How to fill out the FEMA forms is vital. And I just think this department should be provided more support, considering its life-saving crisis response that they're providing. With that being said, Mr. Cleveland, we do have volunteers who are sandbagging today, and if you do have your sandbagging machine, if there's a way we can borrow it for a few days, that would help with our effort as we're trying to reduce the erosion and the water flow going into some of, especially it appears to really hit our elderly population as their homes, they're not able to maintain their homes at a certain level. And so they do need help from their nation to make sure that some of these damages are addressed and then prevent future flooding. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Mr. Cleveland?
Again, Delegate Crowdy, thank you for the question and the support. Our office greatly appreciates all the support that we get from the delegates as well as from the public in building up our team and developing a plan. One of our plans from the office or from our department is assisting chapters in developing the Community Emergency Response Team, which are CERT members. From our office, we provide that training free of cost. We provide the bags as well as the equipment that goes into those. All we ask is that the chapters identify a training location and get a minimum of at least 15 to 20 individuals to take part in that training. They'll get a certificate of completion once they complete that training, depending on the location of where we travel out to. We eat the cost for travel as well as lodging for myself and my other instructor who's in our office. So we're more than willing to provide that and work with the chapter. It's just that we need them to identify a group of individuals that'll be able to take that training, 3-day training, which is 24 hours, I believe it was. And as long as they take that training, we can provide the training for them. So we look forward to that partnership with the chapters. As far as the sandbagging machine, it's available to your chapter, Sheep Springs. So as long as they send us the 213 requesting the sandbag machine, we can provide that for them. I'm not sure if they have a runner available to come to Window Rock and pick it up, or if we need to, if one of my staff is available, then they can load it up and run it out to the chapter. We just requested 213 requesting that. And we'll be able to provide that sandbagging machine, as well as if they need an additional sandbags, make sure they note that into 213 so we can get them some more sandbags. That's my response, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the response, Mr. Cleveland. I'll defer back to Budget and Finance. Any further questions for Mr. Cleveland? If there are no further questions, I'll call for the question. Any further questions, committee members? Danita, let's move forward. Roll call vote. Ramona, roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman, roll call vote on accepting the report. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty, how do you vote?
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Shadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bott Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Delegate Begay votes green.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Recount on the vote. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green, so that brings 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting. Chairman? Chairman, did you get the final vote? 5 in the affirmative, 0 opposing, and chairman not voting? Chairman?
Yes, 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We'll move forward to the next report. Peggy, what's on the agenda next?
Thank you, Chair. It's the FRF update with the CJY 41-21 FRF directives presented by Tom Platero, Director, Fiscal Recovery Office, Fiscal Recovery Fund Office. And I did forward a memo that he wanted to be shared.
So is Mr. Tom Platero presenting on this subject? Mr. Tom Platero?
Mr. Chair, I'm available.
You have the floor, Mr. Platero.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, my name is Tom Platero with the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Office. Touching I saw the S on there. I had thought it was just the bonding assurance, but there's more. So what I'll do, Mr. Chair, then is the directives underneath Section 5 is the citizen UUFB projects. Those ones we're still working with controller's office. They are just now starting to hire some people. And so we need to go back and verify within the information. It's about 76 million to reimburse the citizen and UUFB funds. We do have Arnold Jake from our office working with them to get the final numbers so that we can set up budgets and then have the budget set up and then JV those expenses into those accounts. The next one is Section 6, which is the CARES defunded. All the CARES defunded that were approved, all those accounts are set up, and that's part of the information that I email the delegates on, which is the expenditures for all of those. We updated that, I believe, earlier this week or the last part of last week. But if you aren't able to get that email, It's available on the www.frf.navajo-nsn.gov website. Underneath ARPA financial information, click down and there's 3 different reports that are available. And the ARPA, the CARES defunded is one of those projects. And then underneath section 11, which is 11E, which is the directive on bonding and insurance assistance. I did provide the response that came back from economic development. Paragraph 2, 3, 4, and 5 are basically their responses, which was the Navajo Nation would most likely need to be involved with obtaining more competitive and accurate rates for Navajo Nation businesses. There's a lack of information for insurance companies when providing insurance for Navajo Nation businesses. In order to establish a program from the Navajo Nation to assist with bonding and insurance, it would need allocations from the Navajo Nation yearly to establish such a program. The Division of Economic Development with assistance from other entities is responsible for implementing the State Small Business Credit Initiative, SSBCI, from the state government. This program could also be developed further in utilizing one of the Navajo Nation enterprises like the Net Development Corporation, which would use capital borrowed from the State Small Business Credit Initiative, DCD, or whomever would borrow from our larger capacity contracting entity, also developing a venture capital program that would invest into a bonding and insurance program to assist with a critical need. Of the 3 tranches, that's approximately 29 million for 3 years. That leaves a healthy amount for several larger loans and a sizable investment program to invest in a market that is in demand. There's also been suggestions from the public of having a pool of money to help small businesses with these bonding insurance requirements. But what happens when the money runs out with general fund allocations getting lower and lower? It doesn't seem viable. Those are some introductory ideas from DED on this initiative. DED has programs to assist businesses such as the Small Business Development Office with the regional office location, support services, and business regulatory to register and get certified with the Navajo Business Opportunity Act source listing. The Navajo Nation Department of Justice will need to be consulted further on this matter to provide legal opinions and recommendations to the Navajo Nation government. And then going on to section 13, underneath the directives, OMB in consultation with OOC and DOJ shall present proposed application and review procedures. That one was already completed. BFS resolution. The Division of Natural Resources and General Land Development Department shall present a proposed plan of operation for a one-stop shop. I believe those guys have done a considerable amount of work on that. Right now, they're just waiting for legislation to be drafted to implement that idea. There are other avenues that are being explored, but we want to make sure that the Navajo Nation internal one, that we don't duplicate what work they've done all this up to this point. So that's why we're just waiting for them to get the legislation introduced. Under C is the Division of Human Resources and Department of Personnel Management shall propose amendments to the Personnel Policies Manual. I did talk with Dr. Fowler and Ms. Woody from the Department of Personnel Management. They're supposed to send their recommendations over. We are going to go on ahead and take another look at them and also provide them recommendations. One of the ones that we are going to be recommending from the FRF office is the rules that govern the background checks. Right now, because of limited staffing in the office that does the background checks, I believe I've reported to this committee before that there's only 3 staff in there. FRF office from here allocated one of the positions that was going to be hired here to work at that office over there. But basically, it's a resource issue. They don't have enough people to do all of the background checks. Each background check takes between 3 to 4 hours to complete, and they usually get between 8,000 and 10,000 requests a year. So if you take that 3 hours on the lower end of it and multiply it times the 8,000 applicants, that's 24 hours of manpower. So when you start minusing out the weekends, all the holidays, all of the approved leave, all the administrative leave, there's really not enough hours for the number of staff that they have to complete all of those. So we're going to be recommending to Dr. Fowler and Mrs. Woody that they modify the background process so that they say people can get hired pending the final results of the background check so that we don't lose more applicants. What we're finding is that the people get offered a job and it takes too long for them to get the background check completed, and so they take other jobs. So that's how we're losing a lot of the people that are deemed qualified, that go through the interview process and are actually ready to do some work. So that's going to be our recommendation to them. And then the next one is with the assistance of the regulatory department and Office of the Controller Purchasing Section shall present proposed amendments to the Navajo Nation's procurement and business opportunity laws and regulations at a minimum expedite in the FR procedure to the budget and finance. I will go on ahead and get together with each of those offices, and the next time I'm on your agenda, I will go on ahead and see if we can get a response from them as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Platero, for the report. Is there a motion to accept the report?
Delegate Brown, one motion.
Motion by Shinanda, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Is there a second?
Vice Chair Smith.
Second by Vice Chair Smith. So we do have a motion and second on the floor. Are there any questions for Mr. Tom Platero?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty with a question.
You have the floor for the question.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I did want to ask Mr. Platero, could you provide insight to the committee why your office needs to have meetings in Albuquerque regarding implementing the ARPA on Navajo Nation? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I answer?
Mr. Platero, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Delegate Crotty, the meetings that we're having now with the chapters are scheduled by the legislative branch from the delegate and their LDAs. We don't do those locations. We've been working and coordinating with the Division of Community Development to set up those meetings for accommodating, providing information on the ARPA rules and regulations. We do that part mainly under CJY 4121, and then Dr. Yellerman and her group take the lead on the CJN 2922. So those are the majority of the meetings that aren't scheduled by the ARPA office to get those meetings completed. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Platero, for the response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair, does Vice Chair Smith like a question?
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henio and Budget and Finance Committee members and those that are listening on board. My question is 8.8 million. That's the only topic that you're talking about. That's number one question. Number two, how are you going to break down the other topics like the 1.8 billion, Nikki, during the chapters, I guess, orientation or meetings that are requested? As I understand that 1.8 billion is a lot of funding, and I think the chapter should be aware of that too, and be included in understanding, so they don't cross over like fishing lines, and knowing that that's being covered, so they don't have to try to revamp their efforts to make sure that they're getting the 8.8. Of course, there's chapters out there that are numbered from 1 to 8, chapters that have various areas, like for instance, Eastern Agency has more than 8 chapters, and I'm sure they don't want to be crossing their fishing lines with what's in the 1.8 billion. I think that'd be very beneficial, so that that 8.8, I understand, is a one-time shot. Everything's got to be put in one packet, and it's got to be sent through the vetting, and it's got to be sent through the committees, and then eventually Navajo Nation Council is the one that votes on it with 2/3 vote, and then it goes over to the president. So the reason why I'm saying that is, how is that? Well, the question on that is, how far along are some of the chapters? Are they ready to drop bills coming for fall session? Are they ready to drop the legislation, not drop the ball, drop legislation for winter session? $8.8 million needs to be produced as soon as possible. And I know that you're the one-stop shop, and there's things that are coming about. And is your shop ready for all this? Once all these things are going to be put in place, and is your shop fully manned? Has it got all the manpower to do this and get it going and move these things? And is that just for the 8.8 million? Or are you doing the whole 1.8 billion too, inclusive of the 8.8? How do you juggle that? I know you've got certain, I guess, ARPA staff. I just don't see the outcome within a timely fashion. That's why we moved the legislation date from 90 days, once it was signed by the president, to at least give that flexibility of 2 years to make sure that everything is in place, and 8.8 is in legislation and it's ready to go. And thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Mr. Platero?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, the ARPA process has been in existence, or the ARPA funding and the process that goes with it have been in existence for a year. The ARPA legislation from March to July of 2021, that was how long it took to give it a name and then create a process. Then September is when Budget and Finance approved that process. The way we're doing the 8.8 right now is providing the information to the chapters at the behest of the delegate calling their regional meetings. The process that we're sharing with them is the one that's identified underneath CJN 2922, which is what council approved. We're going back in and reconciling some of the dates, and the dates unfortunately overlap. The way CJN 2922 was written is that chapters have until September 2024 to get their projects approved. However, that kind of contradicts CJY 4121, where you indicated, or council indicated, that there will be a review of all unallocated and unexpended funds in the second quarter of 2024, which is relatively understood as July 1st, 2024. So there's that overlap right there. But the process that we're presenting to the chapters is there has been some discussion and DOJ's interpretation of the CJN 2922 is that the ways that resolution is structured is that the whole 8.8 million has to go in one legislation. Now, all of the projects that are going to be attached to the 8.8 all have to have eligibility determinations set those up. What we're running into is depending on how the group of chapters want to set up their accounts. Say they all want to do bathroom additions. Are they going to put that up under one account, or if a region has 4 chapters, is each chapter going to want their own account? So in that case, that would necessitate the review and approval of 4 expenditure plans so that each chapter could get their own account. Now, remember, you can't combine categories. Say you have a water project and you have a warehouse project. They can't be under the same account because the eligibility determination is different for each of those. So each eligibility category has to have its own approved expenditure plan. And that falls in line with the BFS resolution, which was passed by this committee that created those rules. So all we're doing is presenting the information of the system that's approved and in place for everyone to use. We are, as part of my presentation, letting them know about the 2 deadlines, the 2 hard deadlines that these funds, the accounts have to, the 8.8 million has to go through the process of an appropriation, which is the expenditure plan, and then the approval by 16 votes by council in favor of the 8.8 regional allocation. Then president has to sign it into law. Once president signs it into law, then it goes through the process of setting up the accounts. When the original accounts were set up underneath the administrative and regulatory support and even the CARES defunded ones, those came out earlier on, OMB had a process set up. Since that time, OMB has modified the documents that they're requiring. And so that's the format that we're trying to adjust to. And part of the issue right now also is that the programs that receive funding are mainly concentrating on the FY22 general funds budget. So they don't have the people in place to do all of those things. So we're adjusting our processes to the new rules that are coming up. So part of what we're trying to do on our end with the FRF office in conjunction with Navajo Nation Office of the Controller, Contract Accounting Section, ARPA unit, and also with OMB is create manual processes, a book, what we're calling a cheat sheet book of how to get things through the process. There's also a pending question on the source reference that's made in CJY 4121 that's pending with DOJ. They're also saying they're going to update that information for us so that we can make it available sooner than later. So as the evolution of the ARPA funding has started going, people are like, we need to add this, we need to include that. So the process is getting a little bit longer, and again, it's just an evolution of the funding. The other part that seems to be difficult for a lot of the programs to understand is that, and I reiterated in my presentation, is the ARPA funding is, the rules that go with it are a little bit different than general funds, than citizen funds, than CARES funds, than UUFB funds, because underneath the CJY 4121, when you look at section 3D, it says the fiscal recovery funds allocated to the Navajo Nation are limited emergency funds provided by the federal government and are not subject to the annual set aside. So even that, people are, the chapters and people that are working with the funds are misunderstanding sections of it. Then there's a process of the matching up the CJY 4121 with the BFS, with the new procedures that were added underneath the CJN resolution. So some of them contradict one another. So that's what we're trying to navigate our way through. But we all have to work together to get the expenditure plans approved, because the time isn't going to wait for these programs to get funded and then to get them to the contract stage. So the hard hits again are December 31st, 2024. They have to all have a contract or PO issued. If those contracts and POs aren't issued by that date, the funding basically goes away at this point. Now, if and when all of the programs get the contracts and POs issued before December 31st, 2024, then all of those projects have to be completed and paid out by the end of December 31st, 2026. So what we're relaying to the chapters and the regions is that the projects that they pick, they need to make sure that it can get to the contract stage to ensure that those fundings don't revert. Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Platero, for the response. Back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair Henny, a quick question. Vice Chair Smith?
The delegate will get to.
Vice Chair Smith, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Henny. Budget and Finance Committee member Tom Platero for answering my question. Didn't hear the capacity. Is your program fully staffed and ready to move forward? Or are you still looking for vacancies? The reason why I say that is because it takes a long time to hire people, and hiring people is one of the big mechanisms in getting things underway. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith, for your question. Back to Shanda Budget Committee members, Delegate Elmer P. Begay, you have the floor. Delegate Elmer P. Begay, Shanda.
I got muted again, so I thought that was on mute. Chair Henio, I go back to Mr. Patero. I have a question. I know that from my chapters, we've been doing some work sessions prior to all these months. So I would say that my chapters are pretty ready to submit our resolution and legislation. So my question is, tomorrow, we're going to have all my chapters submit the F4F form for the determination to submit it, see if we can submit it to DOJ. So the DOJ can review that, see which projects that are eligible. Even that's our first one. So the process is like that. So, but my question is right now we're trying to, since Friday, we've been emailing Dr. Yellowman, DCD, because on those forms, on those F4F forms, that's where Ms. Yellowman needs to sign it. If she's gonna be eligible, then, but she's not responding to us. So my question is that can you sign it too, even though that she's not unavailable to sign it, or through this signed signatures on these F4F forms? Is there a way that electronic signatures is it allowable? I think we were getting to that point where we're ready for it, and still haven't get any answers yet. So that was my first question. The second one is I know that we mentioned this to Dr. Yellowman and then also to DOJ that I think that's where we asked them if it's going to be at the end. Is it going to be multi-legislation that I'll be submitting, or is it going to be just only one legislation for the whole overall, all the projects, and then for all my 5 chapters? Is it going to be one legislation, or is it going to be multi-legislation? So I see we're at that point where hopefully that everything that we're doing today, submitting it, determination, and put it on planning and chapter meeting and submit it for legislation and try to make it on the fall session agenda. So that's our goal. So maybe you can answer some of these questions for me. Chair Henia, thank you.
Shanada, thank you for your question. I'll defer back to Mr. Potero for a response.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, on the first question from Delegate Smith, right now the FRF has one position that's being classified from a previous position, which goes through Department of Personnel Management. And we're awaiting their response back. The other two positions that are vacant is a network specialist and a statistical research analyst position. Those ones have been open. We have now transitioned to public advertisements for those. We were able to set up purchase orders with the Gallup Independent and the Navajo Times. The Gallup Independent published it on Saturday. The Navajo Times is supposed to publish it this week on Thursday. One of the things, and I did email the 24th Navajo Nation Council the updated summary report on all of the administrative regulatory support positions that gives a detailed breakdown on all the 180 plus positions that are funded underneath here. As of the last report that I saw, 47 of those have been hired for, and so we are beginning to make that migration over. We did hire Ms. Largo from Department of Personnel Management to work with all of the administrative regulatory support positions to make sure we can recruit in the best way possible, get people hired, get them through the background check and put all of those in place. So Delegate Smith, we do have the majority of our staff hired. We do have staff that are familiar with the system, and we're just making that transition over to the ARPA requirements. That's all completed, so we should be ready to go. It's just that the system keeps changing, and so we're adjusting to those ones, which I meant earlier. So as far as the capacity, I believe we do have the staff that are able to get these done. It's just coordinating with a lot of coordination is what needs to be better understood by all of the stakeholders, because we do have some projects that are now going to be going into the review process. By review, I mean that we're going to start going out and visiting the programs and say, how are you spending your money? How are you doing that? There's also clarifications that need to be provided on the subrecipient agreements. We are having a meeting with N2A tomorrow on the subrecipient agreements that they have. The rules, not the rules, but the content of the subrecipient agreements and what is being submitted so that we all understand each other's roles, the type of documents that need to be received, the type of intervals of the submission of those documents. So we're working on all of those processes all at once. So we're kind of going into finance, we're going into personnel, we're going into public outreach, we're going into one of the things we're releasing either this week or next week is going to be an RFP for a Navajo contractor to do independent reviews on all of these projects, because I believe the whole Navajo Nation expecting there to be a quality assurance mechanism process in place. So all of those projects will be reviewed, not just by the oversight, but also the administrative authority, the FRF office. I have spoken with Speaker Damon. The Auditor General will also be reviewing some of these programs because there are provisions in CJY 4121 where the Council and the Office of the President can request audits on these programs. So as far as capacity, we are moving towards it. It's just adjusting to the changes that are as the program evolves. Ado shina delegate begin this kidgiya signatures ya CJN 2922 hado sago bella as the ya bijib bakado lifiki akoho DOJ bijedo lifiko eligibility determination nigi todo lifo shishib bakao ako odasa. The forms in BFS 3121 weren't updated, but I can sign off on the chapter projects. Now, what delegates and chapters need to understand is there's 5 types of projects that can be funded with the ARPA funding. There's the tribal departments, the certified chapters, the non-certified chapters, and then you have the entities or enterprises, and then you have outside external entities. Say if you want to support Navajo Way or some of the homeless shelters or the domestic violence programs, those will fall underneath the fifth part. So there's 5 routes for it. Up to now, previous before CJN, the chapter and the certified and non-certified chapter could only be signed by Dr. Yellerman. But the revision that you made, you can send those to me, and we're willing to work together with you. We just are working very hard between our shop and Dr. Yellerman's shop to support each other and make sure there's a lot of information sharing going on, so we aren't duplicating efforts. So, aja bahas Dr. Yellerman is eligibility determination as far as the question on electronic signatures, as far as I know, there is no provision for electronic signatures. The closest that I've come to it in working with the legislative and executive branch is the process of delegates emailing in their approval for the petition for a special session. I see that from the email this morning that process is still in place, but an overall policy to implement electronic signature, so that would be my response to that. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Platero, for the response. So the Budget and Finance Committee, any further questions, comments?
Chair Henry, this is Bill Gilbert again.
Elmer Brigade, Elmer P. Brigade, you have the floor.
Okay, Nana, Chair Henry, then I wrote Mr. Patero for your response. So we'll go ahead and maybe tomorrow we can have that meeting with all the chapters submitting their project listing, priority listing, on the 1.7 million or the $8.8 million. I don't know that we'll probably whatever we get to, we'll go ahead and submit it to you, and then you can for signatures. The only question I have is after that we get it back, and then out on the we can give it to DOJ for the eligibility determination, and then they can go through that. So once we get it back, will probably getting that on our resolution chapters planning meeting, and then get the finalization on the chapter resolution. So my question was, for my 5 chapters, once I get all the resolutions from these chapters, so submitting for legislation, asking one legislation that was my question. And then the second one is once I get the legislation out, and then it's going to go through the committees. After the final goes into or deadline is to make it to fall session agenda. After that, after it's been approved, I don't know that a president will sign it within 10 days. After it signs, that's where my question and our question is, how long will it take to, I know you mentioned that the OMB already setting up some of these accounts for certified chapters and non-certified chapters. When they can be available to the chapters after the president approves it, sign off on it. That's my question. Chair Henry, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Elmer P. Brigade. With this, I'll refer back to Mr. Platero.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, the interpretation of CJN 2122 in the discussions between the legal Navajo Nation staff indicates that the 211 million, 8.8 million per region legislation with the 8.8 million. Each delegate will get those ones ready. Hot ade bahas ada dini ada and dapat akido ya. Ada kuji eligibility determination ni ke ya. Ni hibije kade ya ni he aje DOJ bije de ado ada go bije na han na audit opes ni di tapanato zo the no ya ni hinki je de yi ado ni he ya delegate or chapter gibije enda dilni Landa is Leon. Nihe koje FRF office J delegates or chapters exhibition date nisho. Nihe exhibits Sigi as Kane that did Nihe Kadija as Kishin that did nisho as Kadija ho Ailsko that dog niche. Other Ailsko had the Yago Aya, Nihe delegate Aya legislative council bitch. That not Tosita dot Jeho Aja legislation ha at the dog niche. Other Shane Bicado so had the Yago. Asian Aya 5-day comment period. Slice conjure. Not sos be hatat ot zehiki bahas ando list. Ado kadija zadi aya nabikia hit council they be generally kodo the koji chapter because of the budget instruction manual there is going to be a requirement for the 8.8 million to have chapter resolutions, and that's in compliance with the budget instruction manual. And I believe there's a section within one of the legislation too. So Dr. Yellman and her team are coming up with a resolution template that will be shared with all of the chapters so that they can get those ones done. But at the time that you're doing the eligibility determination, you can still be working on your resolutions because the eligibility determination won't go, the chapter resolution probably won't go in until after the packet's ready for legislative council. So as Kate not nilo not sosigi as kita has nilo shingot budget do lead legislative council. Mr. Chair.
Kiala, thank you, Mr. Platero, for your response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chair, I have a follow-up again.
Gushin Shnanda Delgi Elmer PBG, you have the floor.
Again, another Chair Henry Patero. So right now, we're at the stages.
Chair Hinio, Delegate Begay's call dropped, and I think.
Yeah, I don't see him on the board anymore. Well, he's getting back on the call here. Any further questions, comments for Mr. Platero? Okay, we'll wait a few minutes for Doug Elmer PVG to come back on. If not, then we'll move forward to the roll call vote if there are no questions for Mr. Platero at this time.
Mr. Chair, this is Mel.
Mr. Rodis?
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. I missed the first part of what Mr. Platero was saying about the chapter resolutions. But under BFS 3121, a chapter resolution is required as part of the packet that's submitted to DOJ for an eligibility determination. I just wanted to mention that. Thank you, sir.
Chair, I have a follow-up question now.
Okay, for coming back on. You have the floor. Delegate Elmer P. Begay, are you still there?
Yeah, I thought so. I got muted again. So, thank you for that, Chair Henry, Carol, and then Mr. Mel Rudis. So, yeah, I have a question again. After I got response from DOJ. So right now, the only resolution that we got that is ready for the eligibility determination is we're going to, like I said, it's going to be set for tomorrow, but only according to what DOJ, Mr. Rudis just mentioned, is that they need a resolution from the chapter to submit for eligibility determination. So we only have Indian Wells, who these had the resolution ready, and they submitted to us, which was approved by them. So can we use that to cover all my other 5 chapters, and then later we can submit the other chapters resolution? That will be my question, Chair Henry.
Okay, thank you for your question. Mr. Platero?
Mr. Chair, I would defer to Mr. Rodas.
Mel Rhodes, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Honorable Begay, as well, for the question. It's actually, the requirement is for a separate chapter resolution for each individual expenditure plan. So if it's a situation where, and I don't even know if there are such situations, but if it's where multiple chapters are participating in the same expenditure plan, maybe we could discuss that, but it should be that one expenditure plan has one chapter resolution. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair Henyo, this is Dana. Can I ask some questions?
Dana?
Thank you very much. I am getting very confused listening to what DOJ is saying right now, so I presume others are. The 8.8 million is per delegate region. That is to be selected by the delegates. The delegates certainly work with their chapters, but the projects that go on to that delegate region expenditure plan are selected by the delegates. So it seems to me fairly unworkable to require a chapter resolution or a resolution from each chapter supporting the delegate region plan, because you know, some delegates may determine that they are going to go with one project, one big project, or 3 big projects, and not do a chapter project. So I'm really concerned about that requirement, because some delegates, I can't remember what delegate has the most chapters. I think it's out in Eastern. Is DOJ saying that the delegate, if a delegate submits a list of all of their projects, they have to have a chapter resolution from each chapter approving that? Thank you. So if DOJ could answer that, then I have some more info to share.
Chair Henio.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you for the response, and Dana, for your input. Back to Budget Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
This is Delegate Brown.
This is Elmer Brigade too.
Delegate Delegate Brown.
Oh, yeah. Peggy, although my question is to Mr. Platero, actually would be to DOJ, Mr. Rodas. Mr. Rodas, during the deliberation for some of these CHSN projects, let me be specific, the Chochimbito building, the Kayenta building, and the Chochimbito C-store. When we ask, the Chochimbito C-store is still is held at bay right now, and we did submit that twice to the ARPA funding, and we got 2 denials through DOJ, but yet I did receive another email where it stated that Chochimbito C-store is now eligible for ARPA using the 24 delegate region funding through ARPA. So I'm wondering before, when did that change? Did you find language? And my second question would be to the projects that we have approved for with CHSN funding. There is a clause that the 24th Navajo Nation Council approved some of the amendments to CHSN dollar projects, specifically Chochimbito multipurpose building and the Kayenta Judicial Court Complex building. There's a clause that says if there are ARPA, American Rescue Plan dollars, then they would use the funding from the delegate region funding. So are those eligible, and is it only from the pot of the 8.87 million for each delegate region, or 8.75? So those are my 2 questions. We are kind of confused and we want to move forward. We are going to move forward. So if you could send a response, and also I just want to make sure that this conversation again is recorded, so I can take this back to our chapters.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Back to Delegate Elmer P. Begay, follow up.
Back to Chair Henio, Mr. Patero, and then from DOJ, Mr. Rudis. So thank you for the response. How Dana, or Chief Legislative Council, just mentioned that. I got confused right now, so I'm going to ask a question to Mr. Patero from the FRS office. So tomorrow, like I said, my 5 chapter will be submitting the eligibility determination on those forms, and then we're ready to do that. But the DOJ just mentioned that if you can submit that, you have to have each chapter submit the resolution. That's what he mentioned again. So before that, so how we can do this? We're ready to do that now. With this, all this time we thought it was just only the determination until the coming back from all the forms coming back from DOJ. That's when we can be submitting the chapters. Each chapter submitting the resolution. That's the way we understood that. So can you clarify that for me? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Platero.
Delegate Begay, the interpretation of the rules that are in place do require that chapter resolution. So Mr. Rodis is the one that explained why that has to be done. And so I would defer to him to ask that question, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Platero, does that complete the response?
Yes, Mr. Chair, the answer should come from legal because that's their interpretation, Mr. Chair.
Okay, what about for Delegate Brown's question?
The eligibility determinations are all done by DOJ per the delegation given to DOJ by the Budget and Finance Committee Resolution BFS 3121. So that question will also need to be answered by DOJ because they're the ones who decide yay or nay on eligibility determination.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mel Rodis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, in response to Honorable Begay and Ms. Bobroff's related question, I think the terminology gets a little confusing because there's an expenditure plan and then there's a delegate region project plan. And the delegate region project plan can be made up of multiple expenditure plans within it. There might be 20 expenditure plans in one delegate region project plan or more. And so my reference to BFS 3121 was to the requirement there. It's in the exhibits and it's in section 4, preparing a request for fiscal recovery funds under, it's an 81-page PDF. It's on page 25. And it's under B, and it's B3, and it says that the chapters should provide a duly approved chapter resolution that includes a statement supporting the project and affirming the chapter will only use awarded funds in compliance with the ARPA regulations, and other applicable Navajo Nation and federal laws and regulations. And then it says, note, this provision does not apply to formula-based distributions of fiscal recovery funds to chapters. And so this 8.8 million, DOJ does not consider that to be a formula-based distribution of FRF because not every chapter is getting the same amount. It's up to each delegate to decide on a proposed delegate region project plan and what expenditure plans will be included within that. And then for council to make the final approval and then with final action by the president. So because it's not a formula-based distribution of FRF, DOJ thinks that the chapter resolutions should be required for funding that would be going to a chapter project as part of the delegate region project plan. But in response to Ms. Bobroff's question, I wasn't saying, and I apologize because I probably wasn't clear, I wasn't saying that every chapter within a delegate region has to provide a resolution in support of the delegate region project plan. What I meant to say was, if a delegate region project plan includes, let's say, an expenditure plan for providing food and firewood assistance to chapter members in a given chapter, that chapter that is seeking the funding for food and firewood assistance would have to pass a resolution in support of that individual expenditure plan. That's just one expenditure plan in many that comprises the delegate region project plan. So I hope that clarifies what I was trying to say before, and I apologize about that. In terms of Delegate Brown's question on the Chochimbito multipurpose building and the Kianta courthouse, I think those would fall under revenue loss as a government service to the extent of revenue loss, because it would be the government constructing a government building for the purpose of providing services to its citizens. So I think that would be likely to be FRF eligible. In terms of the question on the C-store, Honorable Brown, I'll have to talk to you offline about that because I don't have my files in front of me on the Chochimbito C-store. So I want to make sure that I get the correct response to you on that. So I'll follow up with you on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rodis, for your response. Back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Just Delegate Gay, I have a follow-up.
Delegate Honorable Gay, you have the floor. If there are no further questions or comments, sorry, Mr. Platero.
You're unmuted.
Chair, just Delegate Gay.
Delegate P. Gay.
Chair, thank you for the response from Tom and also from Mr. Rodis. I have a question. I know that after listening to DOJ, there are additional comments on the instruction that they gave us. So the way I understand it right now is that tomorrow I'll have all my chapters submit their FRF forms and signed it by FRF office, Mr. Vitaro, for the eligibility determination, and with only one resolution, which is going to be from Indian Wells chapter, which we understood that we only need the resolution until when it comes back from DOJ, which determines which will be which projects are going to be eligible. That's when we will need the actual working with the expenditure plan until then. So that's how we understood that. So tomorrow will be just determination. So can we go ahead between Mr. Patero and Mr. Mel Rudis, can we go ahead and submit the forms, the eligibility forms, and without the resolution tomorrow to continue that? Since we're still discussing this, it seems like it's not put in. So I think the way I'm understanding Mr. Rudis is that he's talking about the way ahead that until the expenditure plan went way down somewhere down until we actually finalize all the projects that are met the criteria of the eligibility. To I think that's where he's talking about. But right now we're still talking about the determination to if these projects are eligible for ARPA fundings. So that can we go ahead and do that now? Sure.
Mr. Shlanda, Delegate Amar PBG. Mr. Rodis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My position is that the chapter resolution should be submitted at the same time as the packet for DOJ review, so that DOJ has the entire packet to review. If that's not the same position that the FRF office has, I'm willing to have a conversation with them about that, and also to consult with Ms. Bobroff, get her take on it. So, but my thought has always been that the chapter resolution would be reviewed by DOJ at the same time as the rest of the Appendix A, the budget form, Appendix B, and the supporting documents. I thought that the chapter resolution would always be one of the supporting documents for review. But I'm happy to have follow-up conversations with Mr. Platero and Ms. Bobroff and others on that, if others see it differently. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair, this Delegate Begay. Can I do a follow-up?
You're unmuted.
Delegate Begay with your follow-up.
Chair Henio, thank you for that response, Mr. Rudis. So right now, we're talking about need the resolution from my chapters to just to review on the to see if the chapter projects are eligible. So right now, we're not sure why do they have to put a lot of effort in it to write down why, explaining this, why they need this project. If they're not going to be eligible, then why do they have to put a lot of work into this? And the Division of Community Development reviews, and things like that. There's you're putting a lot of work on these chapters. So I disagree with you, DOJ. We're just putting application or submitting or forms right now for determination. Until we get it back, then we can put which one is eligible, and each chapter will put the resolution in there supporting that determination or the eligibility of the projects. And during the last week we had the orientation on ORPA orientation. At that time, they said that no chapter resolution until it's finalized by DOJ. That it is to see that the projects are eligible. That's when the requirement of the resolution was. So right now, that's why we put a deadline for tomorrow to submit the forms to FRF office. So I think we're I don't know. I disagree with you, the DOJ, at this point in time right now, and kind of disappointed about until you beginning to. If you look at the process, of how the flow chart, we understood it that the resolution is required until after you reviewed it. So that's my response to DOJ.
Mr. for your question, Mr. Rodis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Council Resolution CJN 2922 explicitly and implicitly waived certain portions of BFS 3121. For example, the one that really stands out is instead of the director of DCD signing chapter expenditure plans and budget forms before and then submitting them to DOJ, it should be the director of the FRF office to do that. And so DCD and FRF office together are providing technical assistance to delegates and to chapters, but the FRF office is reviewing the packets, signing, and submitting to DOJ. That's different than BFS. That's different than what is provided in BFS 3121, where it's the director of the administrative oversight entity that will do that, which is primarily for chapters DCD. So that's one difference. There wasn't an explicit waiver of the chapter resolution requirement in BFS 3121. So I think that it stands, but again, I'm willing to have conversations about that with DCD, with the FRF office, with OLC, with the chapter unit of DOJ and others who may or may not see it differently.
Thank you.
But my understanding was always that DOJ would review chapter resolutions as one of the supporting documents that was submitted with the expenditure plan and the budget, Appendix A and Appendix B. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Otis, for the response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
You're muted.
Yeah,
I'll call for the question to accept the report. There's no further
You're
questions.
unmuted.
I'll call for the question.
Necessarily.
Delegate Jamil here. You have the floor.
Oh, yeah. Good afternoon. This is a very simple question. I know it's been mentioned probably many thousand times. This is in reference to each councilman, for councilman, receiving $8,800,000, and there are already proposals been submitted before, way before. This is to Tom, and the new proposals is this for $8,800,000. Is this does not include that proposal that was already turned in, Mr. This is for Tom. Is it separate to Mr. Tom Bateros, Chairman Henio?
Mr. Platero?
Chair Henio, is there a way that I could ask Mr. Rodas a question, just for clarification?
To get clarification, go ahead.
Mr. Rodas, this is Tom with the FRF office. In the BFS 3121, I believe, there's 5 avenues for eligibility determination. Is your understanding that the chapter resolution, because these are regional chapter projects, that all of them are going to have to get resolutions? Or is it just the eligibility determinations that go through the chapters, the certified and the non-certified routes, which is process 2 and process 3? If their projects are process 1, which is a tribal department, or process 4, tribal enterprise, or process 5, external entities, if they're following 1, 4, and 5, do they still have to get the chapter resolution, or does it just apply to process 2 and 3? Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Platero. Tom. Mr. Rodas?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Platero. I think that the chapter resolution would be required if the chapter is requesting funding as part of the delegate region project and the 8.8 million. whether that's for the funding to run through DCD as administrative oversight, or whether it's an LGA certified chapter that would receive the funding directly. But if it's an external entity, an enterprise, or a Navajo Nation government unit, then I would think that the chapter resolution would not be needed.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Rhodes for response. Back to Mr. Platero.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, the way I'm understanding it is, and Mr. Rhodes just clarified it, is that if you're using process 1, 4, or 5, you don't need the resolution. But if you're following process 2 and 3 under BFS 3121, then you do need the resolution. So if the requirement for the resolution is there, then that should in all probability have the resolution attached to it. So it all depends on the expenditure eligibility determination process that will be within the regional plans. So say the plan is to say we want to help the senior citizen center, then that would follow process 1, and that wouldn't require a resolution. But to complete the process for the chapter, which is process 2 and 3, those would need the resolution then, is the way that I'm understanding Mr. Rhodes. So it's not all of the projects. And Delegate Begay Shana, the chapter Ziki, based on budget that Anigi, all chapters Ziki de ya Saho based on budget that Aho, A Diki de ya resolution, yoke. A resolution, Niki, eligibility determination, na Sosia and Deho, a resolution behas on the Yadenol East. Ahat a bahas ahat adinal sos, but not nota. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Platero, for your response. Back to the Budget and Finance Committee. As we are all aware, we passed the
You're unmuted.
legislation on 8.8 million to state that we will follow the rules outlined in budget BFS 3121, which is that all the expenditure plans have to have the applications in place, FRF applications. And so that's how we voted when we had that amendment before us in the legislation. So if we're doing our expenditure plans for our chapter, be mindful that we still have to go through the application process for each expenditure plan, each project within the chapter area. Delegate Jamil here.
Just a follow-up, Tom. My questions, I think it's answered. Chairman,
I recognize you already. Go ahead.
To Tom Platero, it's answered either. He was questioning to Mr. Rhodes.
Delegate Jimmy here, you have the floor.
Okay, $8 million cost each chapter, no, $8,080,000 something $1,000 to each councilman, and these are probably a new project amount to the SNEA. Just like I done proposal, you have to have way before you. Is it separate to SNEA? Set each the Asaki. Based the proposal you had, none of say 8 million something. Is it a new funding requesting to a project? Even not to the chairman, to Mr. Tom Platero.
Mr. Platero, respond to Delegate Jimmy here.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I was trying to get unmuted. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Sa eligibility determination I thought had the yago be last leo yato art betahanajido dasta lay resolution CJN 2922. If you go to exhibit D, eligibility determination, aja I thought had the yago be last leo if you take a look at CJN 2922 and you look at Exhibit D, those are the projects that have already completed review. You must go to the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The 8th column from the left will have the eligibility determination. If some of the project, that's a project that you're proposing for your area, already has that completed, you can use that eligibility. If it hasn't been completed, then you have to go back through the whole process. And if it's going to be a chapter project where you use Form 2 and Form 3, then it needs the chapter resolution. If it's Form 1, Form 4, or Form 5, chapter resolution yokeda. If you have projects that are underneath 1, 4, and 5, you can submit those for the eligibility determination now. But like Delegate Begay was saying, he already has a resolution for one of his chapters. If they use Form 2 or Form 3, those can be reviewed in there. So it all depends on how the delegates are working with their chapters to allocate these funds. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Platero, for the response. With that, back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Attorney, this is Delegate Begay, follow up.
And Delegate Elmer Gay, follow
up. Thank you. My follow up is Mr. Patero. Like I said, tomorrow we're going to have that at 1 o'clock at White Cone. Do you think you can send one of your staff over there again, maybe Mr. Jim? Or do you think you can be on the line to discuss this with you again? Because we got a different instruction today again. So we're all ready for submitting or eligibility forms, F4F forms again. So do you think you can, all my chapters can be there? Is it okay if you could have one of you represent from your office? Thank you.
Mr. Platero?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Shimon, Delegate Begay, we'll have somebody from our office there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Platero, for the response. Though with that, moving back to the committee, any further questions, comments? I did get a text, Madam Chair Charles Newton, are you on the call? Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton?
Yes, Chair, can you hear me?
You want to ask a question? I'll allow that. So go ahead, you have the floor.
Oh, Chair Henyo, thank you for recognizing me. My one question is, I've been listening in, and I appreciate, the questions that are coming out, because there's kind of similar questions I think a lot of delegates have. So my question is, Mr. Platero, do you have on your website, and I checked it yesterday, I didn't see it, but kind of your procedure and the way that, chapters can go about, I guess, requesting how to use the funds that will be coming down through the chapters. And the reason why I'm asking that is because I think that you're answering the questions, but the delegates are going to have the same line of questions. And I think if you kind of put together like a checklist, that would help us to be able to go through and say, okay, we got that done, and then that way, when it's time to submit it, we know who to submit it to, and then we already know that everything has been included with that checklist. Thank you, Chair Henyo. That was my only question and my request. Thank you.
Thank you for the request. Mr. Platero, do you have a response?
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, if you go to the FRF website and you go to ARPA and then FRF information, and you go to Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund information, and you go down to ARPA and then FRF process flow chart for review and approval. That has the eligibility determination review process in the first page, and then the legislation process on the next page. What we'll do is we'll coordinate with DOJ and Dr. Yellowman's office to create, thank you, Delegate Charles Newman, for recommending that. We'll create a checkoff list. I believe DCD is already in that process, and so we'll coordinate it with them. From my understanding, they're getting reviewed by legal and a couple of other entities, and we'll see if we can expedite that process so we can incorporate that into the review process of it. But the eligibility determination, and that is on the website. Again, it's underneath the FRF website, ARPA, and then FRF information, Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund tab, and then the second one down for the flow charts for review and approval. And again, we will work with the community development to get that checklist off to all of the chapters. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair, this is Delegate McGay.
Gashina, it's Delegate Elmer P. Begay, you have the floor again. Remember, it's we have to get to the legislation, and we still have to finish up the budget hearings too to get the comprehensive budget out. You have the floor.
Okay, just wanted to remind that Mr. Patero is going to be tomorrow at 1 o'clock at Whitecomb chapter, and then also on this questions regarding the checkoff list. I think if you go to the orientation somewhere, ORPA and DCD, they have all the checkoff lists and then also the flow chart too. So, so my chapters are ready to submit legislation or for resolution. So thank you.
Okay, I lost it out for your request. Mr. Platero, did you get that?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I will rearrange my schedule and be there myself.
Thank you. Any further questions, comments? Then I'll call for the question to accept the report. Ramona, a roll call vote to accept the report with the from Mr. Completero and Mr. Rodis.
Sure, Chairman Henry, roll call vote on accepting the report. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
You're unmuted.
Honorable Amber
Delegate Yellowhair, votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crowdy, how do you vote?
She votes green.
You're muted.
Next.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crowdy votes green via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Okay, we have 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Motion carries for the report. Thank you, Mr. Platero, for the report. And okay, we have Vice Chair Smith, Ramona.
Yes, Chairman Henyo.
I'm hearing Vice Chair Smith in the background, voting green.
Voting in favor. My network is not stable, so I only pick up here and there.
Okay, he votes green.
Okay. So the roll call vote for the accepting the report will be Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. So 5 voting in the affirmative, or opposing, chairman not voting. Chairman?
Okay, 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Receives due pass. Thank you, Mr. Platero, for your response, for your report to the committee. With this, I think is it for reports, right, Peggy?
That's correct, Chair.
Again, not Peggy. With this, let's move forward. Next item on our agenda is old business. There's none. New business. We have one legislation that's before the committee. We have Delegate Odoso is present. He'll be sitting in on this legislation. So Peggy, if you read legislation to the record.
This is a proposed Navajo Nation Council resolution assigned to Budget and Finance Committee, thence Navajo Committee, thence Navajo Nation Council. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year 2022, introduced by Otto So, tracking number 0150-22, an act relating to the Budget and Finance and Navajo Committees and the Navajo Nation Council, accepting the audit report provided by KPMG LLP regarding the Navajo Nation's financial statements for fiscal year 2021. So you have as Exhibit A, the Navajo Nation Basic Financial Statements, September 30, 2021, with independent auditors report thereon. And so there's a table of contents and so forth with this document. The Internet Public Review has no comments. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you enough for that reading of the proposed resolution. With this, committee members, is there a motion? Is there a motion to accept this resolution?
Okay, motion.
Motion on Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Motion, is there a second?
Second, Delegate Carty.
Motion on Delegate Amber P. Carty, second. We do have a motion and a second on the floor. Are there any questions on this legislation?
Yes, Chair. I'd like to hear the presentation. Thank you.
With this, Che, Delegate Odoso, if you would provide us introduction to the legislation on the audit.
Thank you. Audit. Okay. Thank you very much. Members of the Budget Finance Committee and members of the also Office of the Controller. But all the legislation that was read into the record, legislation 0150-22, relating to the Navajo Nation, or relating to accepting the audit report provided by CPMG, and which that the audit for the Navajo Nation's fiscal for the fiscal year of 2021. This process, usually the audit has to be accepted prior, before the budget session begins, and meaning the comprehensive budget. The audit report came out and legislation was dropped not too long ago, and so it's going through the process. First of all, this audit report has been the due diligence has been done by a third party entity, and the Office of the Controller usually bids out or picks out contractors to do the audit on the Navajo Nation, and in this case, it's on fiscal year 2021. Okay, that's just the introduction portion of this legislation. With that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to the Controller. Then the other we have, I don't know if CKP is on the BPMG. I'm not too sure if they're on the call, but I haven't heard them yet. But going to give some time over to the Controller. Mr. Chairman, can you go ahead and allow some time over to the Controller at this time?
For the introduction of the legislation. And we do have Madam Controller, Ms. Elizabeth DeGay on the line, and I see Mr. John Kennedy there and Mr. Jay Bunnell also on the call here. So represent KPMG. So I'll turn the floor over to Madam Controller, Ms. Elizabeth DeGay.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, Budget and Finance Committee. Good afternoon, and thank you, Delegate Otto, for sponsoring this legislation. With me is Rob Willie, our General Accounting Manager. And of course, our external auditors, KPMG, Mr. John Kennedy, and Mr. John Bunnell. They do have a PowerPoint presentation that they would like to show for all those people that is linked to this Zoom meeting. And of course, this is the financial statement audit that we will be presenting. And as Delegate Otto, it's required under the Navajo Nation law that we have to present the external audit for the Navajo Nation. In this case, the financial statement audit for fiscal year 2021 before the council can hear the Navajo Nation comprehensive budget for fiscal year 2023. With that, I would like to give the floor to Mr. John Kennedy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The Chairman, we would like to allow some time to the to Mr. John Kennedy from CPMG. Thank you.
All right. Well, thanks, everyone. And I'm on my camera just for a moment here. I want to at least say hi to everybody and just tell you we're very obviously delighted to be here to present the audit results from September 30 of 2021. My colleague, John Bunnell, I at least want to let him say hello with his camera on as well before we get started, if that's okay, John.
Hello, it's a pleasure to be here and are looking forward to presenting for you the financial statements for fiscal year 2021.
All right. Well, thanks. I'm going to go off video just as we get started here. So we do have a PowerPoint presentation, which I believe has been sent to the committee. And also, I believe you also have the financial statements, which have been issued. So thanks once again to the committee and to everyone who's here. Thank you to Delegate So for agreeing to sponsor the legislation. We very much appreciate it. And so if we could go to the next slide, that would be appreciated, John. So just a couple overview items relative to the presentation. So we at this point, the financial statements are issued. It is it's completed. We issued on August the 17th. And so this is a final product. And once again, once this is complete with the presentations to council tomorrow, it could be filed with your bonds or any other third parties that need to receive the financial statements. So once again, it's complete at this point. We are still working on the single audit. It is in process, and we do expect to have that done here in mid-September. And we're very far along at this point, but just have a few pending items that we need to work through. As we go through the presentation, we're going to walk through some key financial information, which we like to summarize some of the information. The financial statements are complicated. There's a lot of moving parts. So we put together some slides we think will hopefully help with the analysis of the financial results. And those will be slides 3 to 12. We'll also talk through a few key footnotes on slides 14 to 16. And there are other footnotes, but we just identify what we think are some of the more critical and important footnotes. And then lastly, at the very end of the presentation, there are some required communications that by professional standards, and those are the standards that we follow as auditors, that we'll need to walk you through. And John Bennell will actually walk through those particular slides. So we're going to start with the financial statement analysis. And the first slide we have is really for the general fund. And it's just a high level summary of the revenue sources for the general fund. And on the left is the 2021 information. And so we have all the financial numbers and the percentage of the total revenue for the year. To the right of that is the 2020 comparative information. And that far right column shows you whether or not the revenue increased or decreased compared 2021 compared to 2020. So just a couple highlights. The oil and gas revenue for the year increased. And that's really primarily, as we all know, the spot price of gas went up during the year of oil. And so because of that, you have more money that came in relative to that revenue source. But on the flip side, mining revenue went down as you had some of the mines close and less coal was being extracted, less tonnage is coming out of the ground. Tax revenue was up a little bit this year, and that's primarily sales tax revenue. So sales tax revenue was up $10.3 million in 2021 compared to 2020, and that's primarily due to the fact that the pandemic subsided. We've kind of gotten a little more comfortable and things have opened up a bit. And then the other revenue source, the other significant revenue source here is the land, buildings, and right-of-way, which is a significant revenue source for you. That's various entities that pay primarily oil and gas pipelines and electric utilities that have right-of-way leases with the nation. And then the other revenues is primarily your pasture rangeland and forage insurance program that you received $52 million on that this year. And I should say, I'm going to stop and pause at the end of each slide just briefly. If you have a question, please let us know. And if not, we'll move to the next slide.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to go ahead and just proceed through the report and ask for Q&A at the end. Thank you. You can proceed, Mr. Kennedy.
Excellent. No, thank you for that. And that's great to know. We should have asked up front your preference. So thank you. So this slide here, next slide, it's just a high level analysis of your revenue sources compared to the adjacent states to the nation. And it's not a perfect comparison, but just to give some perspective, when you look at your financial statements and your revenue sources, and this is just for the general fund, you can see you get oil and gas revenues, you get coal revenues, you're going down, you get obviously tax revenues, as do the other states, but you also get quite a bit from land revenues, and that other revenues is primarily that pasture rangeland and forage revenue. And so that is different than other entities and states. And so it just lets you know that you're different. You have to manage your business a little differently in terms of how you run the government. So it's just more than anything, just informational. But we want just to share with you that we do consider that as we go through and design an audit process for the Navajo Nation. Next slide is your expense summary. And so as we've done in the past, this is a detail of the expenses that you have in the general fund and where you're spending your money within the general fund. And so the bar charts kind of stack one on top of the other, but as you look at the bottom, the gray bar, well, maybe start at the top. In 2021, you had $238 million of expenses in the general fund. That's the top number on the top of that bar chart. And when you look at where those expenses occurred, thanks, John, the gray at the bottom is your personnel costs. So this year you spent $101 million of personnel costs relative to paying your people. That compares to only $65 million in the prior year. And the reason for that is in the prior year, you used CARES Act funds to pay salaries for a number of your employees. And that cost was recorded in the grant fund, not in the general fund. So that's really the main difference between the years, and really overall why the expenses are down between years. The other significant item in here, if you will, is the orange bar, which is tribal assistance. You can see it went from $33 million to $54 million between years. And the main increase there is that you have a grant to the gaming enterprise in 2021 to help them kind of get back up and running and support their operations. And so that is really the main difference, if you will, in terms of an increase between the 2 years. Next slide, if you could, John. Just a high level look at the general fund. So if a bar is up, going upwards, that indicates that for that particular year in the general fund, you had revenues that exceed your expenses. So that was you spent within your budget. The years where you have a negative going downwards, that indicates your expenses exceed your revenues. So you can see in 2017 and 18, you slightly overspent relative to your revenues. 19, 20, and 21, you actually were spent within your budget. And in 2020 in particular, given the CARES Act funds and shifting some expenses, you significantly underspent your revenues that year. So it's just to give you some historical perspective. You really want to stay pretty close to, at least you want to be positive typically, and very seldom do you want to be negative. Next slide. So this is the fund balance, and maybe sometimes we commonly call at least the blue bar, UUFB. So this represents the fund balance in the general fund where you have monies that are available to be spent, and kind of going top to bottom. And on that, the top bar is, the tealish bar is restricted. So where you have money in the general fund, but it's restricted to a certain use. Orange has been committed. Council has passed a resolution of some sort to spend that money. There's assigned funds, which are primarily encumbrances, and the light blue bar is the UUFB. And so the main increases year over year is that you do have some additional funds going into the teal bars for various water projects, and also some funds that dropped in there from the pasture, rangeland and forage revenues you've received. Next slide, if you could, John. This is just a graphical presentation of this Hassan fund. And just so to give you some perspective on that particular fund, and the long-term objective, I believe, of the fund is to have monies and then keep the corpus, if you will, the balance of the investments at a steady level, which is the blue bar. So you can see the investments have stayed pretty stable and have actually gone up a little bit. But and it's really the fund balance, but then you can see what you've spent. And so in 2021, you had revenues that came in of about $100 million and you spent about 50, which is why it's increased. So it continues to allow you to do things around the nation, but also you've been a very good steward of that fund and maintained its balance over the years, even as you spent some of the proceeds out of it. Next slide, and this is moving over to the grant fund. So there's three bars on this particular slide. The blue bar on the left of each of the years is the amount of grant revenues you've had. Middle bar is the unearned revenue, the teal bar, and that means you've received cash that you haven't yet spent. And then the expense, the purple bar, just shows you have some receivables that are due to you from granting agencies. So a couple key messages on this, and one going to the dark blue bars. As you can see, from 2020 to 2021, and really looking at all historical years, this year was a huge year relative to your expenditure activity. It's revenues, but when you spend money, you earn the revenue. So they're synonymous. But you expended almost $100 million, almost $1 billion of grant funds this year. And historically, you've really never gotten above 400 million in prior years. So this was a much more significant year. But in addition, you have quite a bit of money on hand that you have ready to be spent that you have not yet spent. That's $2.8 billion. And of that, 2.1 billion is CARES Act funds and ARPA monies, but it's also the next largest down below that. You have $200 million on hand for highway and construction projects that is waiting to be spent. And there's specific projects associated with the highway and construction money. They pay you in advance so you can go out and contract and whatnot to get those projects done. But I think the key is you have quite a bit of money on hand ready to be spent. Next slide, which is really just looking at historical permanent fund activity. And so when we look at the permanent fund, obviously it's more like an endowment fund of sorts. You keep the money in perpetuity and you earn on it, and then you spend, which you can based on your guidelines. So these bars are showing you for the last 5 years how much you've actually earned, positive earned on your investments, year over year over year. And this is just the increase in the fair value of your investments. So it doesn't even include the monies you earn from dividends and interest. But you can see each of the last 5 years, it's gone up. So you had really a banner run the last 5 years, and actually it's even the last 6 years in terms of positive results from your investment program. The last year I think you had a decrease was 2015. So it's been really a great run, and that fund has really increased in value to you and sort of gives you more flexibility to do lots of things as you need to. So Anyway, just a historical view of the perm fund. This next slide, and I don't know if the Honorable Leonard Sosi is still on, but several years ago when Leonard Sosi was on this committee, he asked us a question about the perm fund and just how it's built up over the years. So that's what we put this slide together at that time. So this shows historical from the perm sums fund started in 1986. You seeded that perm fund with $26 million. And then every year you've added to it, which is the purple bar. You've also earned interest and dividends, which is the dark blue bar. And then you've also had increases in fair value of equity securities and whatnot, which is the teal bar. And you can see all those added together give you what you've earned on from this fund over the years. And so it's really, $3.5 billion of activity in that fund since its inception. So it's really been a very successful program for you. At the very top, though, which is sort of mustardy colored line, it shows you how much you've now spent out of the perm fund as you've kind of pulled funds out. And so to date, since the inception of the fund, you've pulled out $110 million from that fund. It's ranged from $11 million some years to $25 million this last year. And those funds then go to the general fund and are utilized in accordance with the 5-year plan to fund projects. Next, just give you some historical perspective, really what I just mentioned. This is a graphical presentation of the amounts you pulled out of the perm fund and also some of the expenses in the perm fund. So this last year, you transferred $25 million to the general fund, and then you also spent about $15 million, so a total of $40 million of reductions to the perm fund in the past year. Next slide, if you could, John. So we did want to walk through just a few of the footnotes. And once again, there are a number of footnotes in that document that you have before you in terms of the financials, but these are what we thought were a couple of the key footnotes. And one of those is the cash and investments footnote. So at the end of the day, September 30, 2021, bottom number, you have $9,486 million of cash and investments. And so, but when you hear that number, it's obviously a big number, and it is a really big number, but it does kind of break down into a couple buckets, which is what we're showing you here. So the top bucket, 1.7 billion, is unrestricted. And so that means that these funds can be spent and appropriated by council for various activities as council sees fit. And they're in different places, and we could walk through that if you wanted to, but they're in various locations. The next group down is restricted. So you have $6.5 billion of cash and investments. Half of that is in the perm fund, but it's in other funds as well. And those funds, for various reasons, are restricted as to use. And so you can only spend them in accordance with certain guidelines that are put in place. And it's also the grant fund, though that $2.8 billion of grant fund monies we talked about is also in that category, is in that bucket. And then lastly, at the bottom, you have your pension funds and also your deferred retirement fund and your Bennett Freeze fund. Those are fiduciary funds, which basically means you're holding that cash for other people. And so it's not your money to spend as you want to, it's really you're holding it to be spent for others. And so those are the three buckets of cash, but once again, it's significant. It's $9.5 billion of cash that's recorded in financial statements. So this is a slide on your notes receivables. It's really primarily a slide on the gaming enterprise note receivable. So, and there's a footnote. It's in the financial statements that really lays this out for you as well. But at the end of the day, at September 30, 2021, the gaming enterprise owes the Navajo Nation $197 million and really almost $198 million. And it's the loan, if you will, from the Navajo Nation to the gaming enterprise is included in these various funds that are presented here. The perm fund is about 2/3, but you can see that the land acquisition fund has a significant balance. Veterans Trust, Sahasin Fund, Scholarship Fund. I'm sort of skipping around, probably not in a very coordinated manner, but Chapter Government Nation Building Fund. All those funds have loaned money to the gaming enterprise. And so that makes up the $197 million. And if you look at the sort of bar below that table, it shows the historical balances of that note receivable. And so you can see in 2017, it was $211 million. They were at this point paying the loan, babying the gaming enterprise. So they paid until it reduced to 206 million in 2018, reduced to 203 million in 2019, and down to 197 million in 2020. But as you know, given the pandemic and reductions in their ability to operate, they are under a forbearance agreement right now. And so they haven't actually reduced the loan from 2020 to 2021. It's essentially been flat. And in the table at the bottom with some words, probably the number on the bottom row is the one to focus on. So as of September 30, 2021, because you continue to accrue interest, the gaming enterprise, due to the forbearance agreement, owes you $14.8 million of interest on that note that they will need to repay you in the future, along with the $197 million. So it's just a summary of that particular note and where you stand with that as of today. So then the last footnote we did want to talk about is this note, and it's the pension plan. So you have a pension plan, you provide and promise benefits to your employees when they retire. And it's called a defined benefit pension plan because you agree to provide them certain defined benefits in retirement. And historically, we've monitored this with you. So if you look at the total pension liability number across the top there, that indicates how much in benefits you have promised your employees as of September 30th, 2021. So you've promised them almost $1.2 billion in benefits. And that increases every year because as employees work, they earn more benefits. So it's gone up $46 million from 2020 to 2021. The next line down shows how much you've set aside to pay for those benefits. And historically, you've been in a net pension liability position, which means that the amount of assets you have set aside to pay the benefits is less than the amount of benefits you have promised your employees. But we talked about that significant run of investment activities and returns, this year being a really great year, 20% return on investments. You actually, at the moment, at least as of this date, September 30th, 2021, are in a net asset position, which means that your assets you set aside to pay your benefits exceed the liability. I would say the way the actuaries set this up, they certainly have a long-term look at the way that you need to fund it. So while you're overfunded today, the market turns, and in fact it already has turned, and you're probably back in a net liability position as we speak. The idea is that you continue to fund the plan on a steady cadence every year so that you continue to make sure you have enough dollars in the plan to fund the benefits you've promised. But one thing we wanted to show you, which is this very bottom table, is compare. There's a firm that puts out a report that shows all the state pension plans around the country, so all 50 states. And because all 50 states offer a benefit plan like you do, and it just is trying to compare you to those states in terms of how your funding is. And so what this would say is if you look at this table, the 25th percentile would be the worst funded pension plans around the country. They're in the lowest funded pension plans. Aggregate is sort of like the average. So 72, so the lowest funds are 72% and lower funded as of September 30, 2021 generally. Aggregate is about 83% funded. The top percentile, so the best funded, are 99.8% and above. So your plan is 105% funded. So that means you're in the top quartile relative to funding as of September 30, 2021. So you've done a great job of continuing to fund the plan and making sure you have the money set aside to pay the benefits you promised. And I think with that, I'm going to go ahead and pass it over to John Bennell, and he's going to walk through the required communications. And then once again, obviously at the end of that, we would stand for questions.
Okay. And just to check, John, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, everyone. So as John indicated, we're going to walk through the required communications to the BNF committee for that are requirements based on our auditing standards. So I'm going to walk through these. Overall, as John had mentioned early on, one of the first slides, as far as the financial statement audit goes, we have no outstanding matters. The financial statements have been issued, and we are in the process of finalizing the single audit and expect to issue that in September. I'm going to walk through several of these items on subsequent slides, so I'm not going to talk to them here. I did just want to call out on this slide that we don't have any matters to communicate to the committee related to any significant unusual transactions, any financial presentation and disclosure omissions. There have been no changes in our risk assessment or our planned audit strategy. There's been no matters to communicate on significant financial statement disclosures, related parties, or any other information. I've skipped over a couple of items here because each of those reference slides here, I will cover those in more detail in a moment. Additional required communications. Again, we are just referencing you to footnote 15 for the disclosure of the subsequent events. There were 3 matters that were noted there. We are also required by our auditing standards to communicate to you any illegal acts or fraud. And it's,
You're unmuted.
And as part of our audit, it was communicated to us that the Navajo Nation had raised some concerns with suspected non-compliance and potential illegal acts related to a contract that was procured by the former controller. In relation to our audit, we performed procedures and held discussions with a number of groups that including the Navajo Nation Department of Justice, current management and accounting personnel, the Navajo Nation's external special prosecutor that was hired to look into the matter, and also Chairman Hinio. We all spoke with them on this matter, and in those procedures and that communication, we did not identify any inconsistencies in the information that we obtained or that was communicated to us. Moving on to the other matters, you'll see here that we do have a list of items, a long list of items where we do not have any matters to communicate to you. So I'm going to jump to the bottom. We are also required to communicate to you that there are some written communications with the Navajo Nation, and particularly with management. That would be the engagement letter, the management representation letter, which is management's representations to us as part of the financial statement audit, and then also the report on internal controls, which we are required to issue under the GAS standards or the government auditing standards. And then lastly, and I won't go through this in great detail, but on slide 26 of what we had provided, there is a list of required inquiries. I won't go through those in detail. If there's any questions or anybody would like to respond to those in the question and answer section, we can do that as well. So I'm going to move on to the next slide. This is slide 20. This is a summary of the uncorrected audit misstatements. So these are misstatements that we identified in the course of performing our audit that were not recorded in the issued financial statements. And as you'll see here, we have 6 uncorrected misstatements. And I grouped these really into 3 different buckets. The first 2 relate to current year adjustments that were not recorded. So the first one is associated with some donations that were recorded as deferred revenue, as opposed to being recorded as revenue during the year. And the other one is a adjustment because payroll expense was overstated in some of our test work, and we had projected a misstatement there of and recorded that here as a past adjustment. The next 2 items, or the 3rd and 4th items on this table, I group into a category that they're related to prior year amounts. So in the course of performing our current year audit, we did identify misstatements, and we'll touch on these in the corrected misstatements on the next slide. But as part of those corrected misstatements, there were revenues from fiscal year 2020 that were not recorded last year. And as a result, they were recorded this year. So they were recorded out of or in the incorrect period. So both of these were related to understatement of revenue that were recorded this year. So these adjustments are just to remove the effect of that revenue being recorded in this year as opposed to the prior year. And then the last 2, and I do want to call attention to the last one because it is a large number, but I do want to point out that these are related to what we refer to as non-GAAP policies. So every entity has a list of non-GAAP policies wherein that they are not following the GAAP requirements, and that's commonplace. Every entity has these. It is a process where just the cost benefit of following the GAAP policies to the letter of the law, just the cost benefit would not be there. And that's what both of these relate to. So as we went through and did our analysis, and I'm going to focus in on that last one, management, in doing a search of items at the end of the year that need to be accrued, they look at everything from that is paid from October through February, and they are only looking at the items above 25,000. So we had focused in on that. GAAP would say you'd have to look at everything, but again, it's a cost benefit. You in reality, you could not look at everything. And based on our audit results in there, we did do an estimate of what we thought would potentially not be accrued that should have been, just because of this threshold, and that is that $15 million there. Again, I want to point out that is not a known number, that is an estimate, but again, is not material to the overall financial statement. So that is why it is passed upon or not corrected, and why we're also, as your auditors, comfortable with that not being recorded. The main takeaway I want to make sure that the committee members take from this slide is that we do not have any concerns with any type of bias or selectivity in what is being recorded and not recorded. There were justifiable reasons for not recording these entries by management. And overall, again, does not materially misstate the financial statements. The next slide, these list out the corrected misstatements. So these are items that we had identified in the course of performing our work. We communicated them to management, and management has recorded them, and they are reflected in the issued financial statements. So the top one, again, looks like a large dollar amount, but I do want to point out it's a reclassification between investments and cash. There was just $74 million was incorrectly put in cash that should have been reflected in investments. The next item is the interest revenue. The interest revenue on the Navajo Nation Gaming Commission notes were not recorded from June of 2020, when they entered into the forbearance agreement, through September of 2021. So this $14.8 million records the accrual of that interest revenue and the associated interest receivable that John had mentioned earlier on in one of the slides when we were going through the Navajo Nation Gaming Commission notes. Also, on the last slide, I mentioned that there was an unrecorded adjustment. Again, of that $14 million, there was approximately $3 million that related to 3 months in 2020. So that's where I had mentioned earlier that there was some overlap between our uncorrected and our corrected misstatements. On the litigation accrual, there was just an error in the recording of the accrual. So that's what that $1 million adjustment was. There was also a $4.2 million adjustment associated with revenue on the insurance premiums that were not recorded. That was also took place last year as well. So as I mentioned on the last slide, there was a $4.5 million out of period adjustment that wasn't recorded last year either. The 4.2 is just the current year effect, and as I mentioned, is recorded in the financial statements. And then lastly, the last item that we had identified was a sales tax statutory allocation correction that needed to be recorded, wherein there was a calculation error, which resulted in the $13 million of too much being allocated out of the general trust fund, the general fund. So that adjustment actually brought $13 million back into the general fund. This slide here, this is really a recap of what we've just walked through with the audit misstatements, both the corrected and uncorrected. So we are required to report on material weaknesses, which are items as part of the internal controls that we've identified deficiencies, which we think could result in material misstatements. And we've identified 2 of those here. And then there's also a significant deficiency, which is less significant than a material weakness, yet important enough that we felt it was necessary to communicate it to the Budget and Finance Committee. Within the first material weakness, this is associated with the revenue of recognition of revenue, in that revenue was under-recorded in 2021 in total by $21 million, and those relate to the 3 adjustments that we had talked about earlier. There was one for the COVID donations, which was uncorrected. There was the interest income recorded for the Navajo Nation Gaming Commission notes of about 14 to 15 million. And then there was also the understatement of the insurance premium revenue, which we spoke about on the last slide, of a little over 4 million. So in our opinion, we felt that those three aggregated up to a material weakness. The other material weakness that we had identified was associated with the calculation of the sales tax statutory allocations, which I just mentioned. That resulted in a $13 million adjustment going back into the general fund of amounts that were incorrectly allocated out associated with sales tax. And then on the bottom here is the significant deficiency. This relates to that $74 million reclassification of cash to investments that we mentioned on the last slide that was recorded by management. I'm going to move on to the next slide. This is a summary of the audit report that we issued, as well as the opinions that we had issued over the respective opinion units. So as you'll see here, we do have 7 opinion units that we are issuing opinions on. We issued unmodified opinions on 5 of the 7. So that is the opinion that you are seeking. Of the 2 that we did not issue an unmodified opinion on, I'm going to first address the aggregate discretely presented component units opinion unit. So that adverse opinion, that has actually been reported for over 20 years now. There is no change in that. That is a consistent adverse opinion. That originated when some GASB guidance was adopted. The nation made the decision of not including the financial results of the enterprises because those are not included in the financials. That is the reason for the adverse opinion. On the governmental activities qualified opinion, I do want to point out that is new this year. There was new guidance, GASB guidance that was adopted this year, very similar to the adverse opinion over the aggregate discretely presented component units. The new guidance requires entities to record the equity interest in their enterprise entities in the governmental financial statements. For similar reasons that the nation does not record or present the aggregate discretely presented component unit financials or the enterprise financials that resulted in the adverse opinion, they took the same position and did not include the equity interest in the governmental activities. And because of that, we do have a qualified opinion. I do want to point out that at the very bottom of the slide, we do have an emphasis on matter paragraph that we have reported in our audit opinion. And this is just to call attention to a reader of the financial statements that something is occurred in the financial statements that we feel is important enough to bring to their attention. And the requirement, we are required to communicate it as an emphasis on matter paragraph, any new adoptions of new accounting guidance. So in the current year, or in fiscal year 21, the Navajo Nation adopted GASB 84, which had implications on how fiduciary activities were recorded. So as part of the adoption of GASB 84, the nation did record an adjustment to their opening fund balance for several of the funds or opinion units. The largest changes that took place as a result of the GASB 84 implementation, other than the adjustment to the opening fund balance, is that the 401k trust fund is no longer reflected in the financial statements. That's in accordance with the GASBs. 6 of the private purpose trust funds that were reported previously in fiduciary are now included within the general fund, and 2 are now recorded in the non-major governmental funds or the aggregate remaining fund information noted above. So moving on to the next slide here. Again, this really just covers what I addressed with the emphasis on matter paragraph. This is the adoption of GASB 84. As I had mentioned, there was an opening fund balance adjustment, and it does list it here at $290 million. So again, there is disclosure as well in the financial statements and a reconciliation showing how the opening fund balance is reconciled and explaining to a reader that the adoption of GASB 84 was the result of that. As part of our required communications, we are also required to communicate any significant accounting estimates. So there are a multitude of accounting estimates that management uses in preparing the financial statements. These are above that, these are the significant ones. And the one item that we have for the Navajo Nation audit is the significant account, or excuse me, is the valuation of the total pension liability. So part of some of the things that go into this, management does use a third-party actuarial specialist to assist them in determining that total pension liability, and that's Willis Towers Watson. We also go through, we identify the key assumptions that we believe are significantly driving the valuation, as well as involve our own actuarial specialist to help us review that. And as we've gone through the audit test work, looking at management's information, looking at their actuarial specialist documentation, we've found no indicators of any management bias in their estimate. And also just want to point out that there have been no material changes in the plan provisions or the assumptions that are used in the valuation over the prior years. And management has continued to use the same actuarial specialist for several years as well. So based on that, we were able to conclude that the total pension liability was reasonably stated for this year. And then, as I mentioned when I first started, is this last slide is a list of inquiries. And I'm not going to walk through this in particular, but if there's anything that anyone would like to speak to specifically, would be happy to talk through that during the Q&A session. So with that, that concludes our presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Chairman and members of the Board of Budget and Finance Committee, also CPGM and Office of Controller doing the presentation to the Budget Finance Committee. With that, Chairman, we're up for questions at this time. Thank you. Yield the floor back to you.
Delegate Odoso for being the co-sponsor or sponsor on this legislation, and moving back to the Budget and Finance Committee, we already have established this motion in second. Floor is open for questions. Budget and Finance Committee.
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Claudia with a question.
You're unmuted.
Question, Shananta. You have the floor for your question.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I appreciate the audit, and in terms of looking back at what are some of the recommendations, I would need to go back to the comment regarding, I believe they said a gap in service. I don't know if that's an auditor term, but the $15 million, can we go back to that and just help me understand that in layman's terms, what you're looking for in terms of the auditor? Is that standard accounting practices? And is that amount an area where we may need to look at policies and procedures? I'm just trying to understand that amount and understand the portion of that report. The second part of my question is in terms of the enterprises. Could we get some historical context in terms of why and the decision not to have the enterprises part of this audit? I understand they're an enterprise and we want to legally keep them at arm's length, but I just need to know in terms of how that impacts our audit and how that impacts our credit rating if in the future we want to do possibly bond financing or looking at other options for direct investment in our communities. Thank you, Chairman Henry.
Okay. Is it okay if we respond to that question right now, Chairman Henio?
Hold on. Let me see if there are any further other questions.
Sure.
Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions? There's none. We're back to Mr. Kennedy. Hold on. Delegate Odoso, Kadoish Nanda, our response.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and turn that, have CKP answer this question. Thank you.
Okay,
Or
John.
KPMG. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, it's all good. It's all, you'd think we'd pick a name that doesn't sound like a radio station, right? So anyway, John, could you go back to slide 20, please? So I'm going to address, I think, the first question, and we should probably be careful when we use terms. So non-GAAP, GAAP in this case is spelled with two A's. It's a generally accepted accounting principle. And so, and as John Bennell said, all entities, when they prepare their financial statements, they will have non-GAAP policies, which mean they've chosen to follow generally accepted accounting principles, but maybe with a little tweak, just because it's too costly or it doesn't materially change the financial statements. And so what this particular non-GAAP policy is that, when we say accrue, at the end of a period, if you have used a service, you've had somebody come in and vacuum your floors, but they haven't, and that's probably a bad choice, but let's use a service. Someone's come in to maybe do pest control. So someone's coming to do pest control, and they sprayed the building on September 29th, but they didn't send you the invoice to show you they sprayed the building until October 15th. So from an accounting standpoint, we'd say you'd already owed that money as of September 30th, and you should have recorded a liability to the pest control service at September 30th. Your policy is that you only look at items like that if they're over $25,000, and those are the ones that truly get recorded as a liability at September 30th, and anything below that, you essentially let that be expensed in the next fiscal year. And many entities have similar policies, which I think was one of your other questions, that they don't try to get every dollar pushed into a certain year. So, and I guess maybe I'll stop, and before I answer your second question, is that helping Delegate Crotty?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Delegate Odoso, does that complete your response?
That does, at least for that one. Bob, I can respond to the other question as well, though. So maybe I will do that on the opinion. John, if you could go to that slide. And then I might ask, to the extent that the controller or Mr. Willie would like to participate. So the adverse opinion, and this is historical, as we mentioned, but and I should say many governments, I won't overstate it, other governments make this same decision. So your enterprise would be like the gaming enterprise or NTUA or NECA. There is a requirement that you would include a separate column in your financial statement. So it'd be separate column for what you see in your financial statements now, where you would add all these component units up, these enterprises into a separate column and show their financial results. The reason that, at least historically, that I think that hasn't happened is one, there was sort of maybe a matter of privacy, perhaps, just not wanting to put all that information out into the public domain. But two, there's probably just a logistical issue of trying to get all the financial statements issued for all those entities. And so it didn't hold up the issuance of your financial statements. And so I think it's really kind of a two-part reason. But as I said, there's a standard opinion in the literature for this situation, because we know that other governments make this same decision. And it also affects the qualification on the first opinion. Relative to impacts, and I did have a discussion with Jeff Urbina, who some of you may know, who's with KeyBank, and he was the underwriter for your bonds. I just reconfirmed with him that these opinions, the qualified and the adverse opinion, do not have an impact on your bond rating or your ability to go out and issue bonds, because the main reason would be that the enterprises do not provide cash flows to the government to repay the bonds. And so the fact that these are not included is unimpactful to your ability to issue bonds. And I don't know if Elizabeth or the controller or Mr. Willie want to add to that.
Mr. Chair, this is Robert Willie.
Sure. Chairman, I would like to have Fuller and Mr. Willie office to chime in on that. Thank you.
Kushina Harlan, for making that recommendation. So therefore, I'll defer to either Mr. Robert Willie or Ms. Elizabeth Legay, if you want to provide an input.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Robert Willie, Accounting Manager, Office of the Controller, for the record. In gathering the financial statements for each of the entities, we actually went through this exercise when we did the lost revenue calculation. And it was enormous exercise getting all the audited statements, and we still didn't get all the audited statements. So there were a few entities that did not turn their audited statements over to the Navajo Nation still, but they reported the revenue portion that was needed. So that was all I wanted to add, was that it is a challenge getting all the entities to submit their actual financial audits that were approved to their boards or committees also too. So thank you.
Hey, thank you very much, Chairman.
Mr. Chair, can I add something?
Sure. Go ahead, Madam Controller.
Yes, thank you. I just want to add that when they look at our A stable rating, they don't look at the revenue stream from our enterprises, just the one that we generate ourselves. So it doesn't really affect our credit rating. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Delegate Odoso, does that complete the response?
Chairman, yes, that completes our response. Thank you.
Abhishek Yadla, for that response. Defer back to the Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments?
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty. Oh, Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
I did hear Delegate Jimmy Gill here too also. So Shnada, Delegate Emrikinas Bakrati, and then after that, Delegate Jimmy Gill here.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I appreciate it, Delegate Yellow Hair. The third question in terms of the audit findings and understanding this is a portion. Can you explain to the committee, when we're talking about the audit, are you reviewing, what capacity are you reviewing Navajo Nation dollars? And how do you determine which funding you're going to pull and audit? And if you could explain that, high level, that process, when you request documents, is it in the paper form, or are you getting the documents that are being, scanned and emailed to your office? What I'm looking for is building up confidence when it comes to Navajo Nation funding. And currently, our citizens do not feel that they have all of the information when it comes to how our funding is managed and spent. Could you give me some insight? Because I would like to make some recommendations and policy statements and amend some of our titles so that Navajo Nation will be on its way to complete transparency. Have you assisted another government entity that has sunshine laws or that requires complete public transparency? I'm trying to understand the area where the Navajo Nation government does not have.
You're muted.
I'm not sure if you heard that, Chair. I'm being unmuted here. So I was talking about the sunshine laws and complete transparency. If you have any experience, or are there any best practices we can look to as a nation, not only for this audit purposes for either our federal or state funders, but accountability to our people, our citizens, who want to be able to account for every dollar and how it's spent on Navajo. Thank you.
Shane, kailan for the question. Sinanta ako daw. Although, before I go back to sponsor, Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. You have the floor. Okay, Sinanta, Delegate Jimmy Yellow here. Let's move back to the sponsors. Che, Delegate Odoso for a response.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and divert that question to Mr. Kennedy from KPMG. Thank you. Kennedy?
Yes, thank you. And John Bennell, just please jump in and help me too as we go through. So I'm going to start with your first question, Delegate Crotty, which was how do we decide, how do we decide what we're looking at and what funds we're going to look at? And maybe just at a very high level first, as we are only looking at activities in this audit of the Navajo Nation government itself. So activities essentially in Window Rock and related, but we don't look at chapters or the enterprises. It's just the government. So as part of that process, we get a draft set of financial statements and trial balance from the government. And then we apply audit procedures to those various accounts. And for instance, if it was revenue, we would look at the revenues that are the significant revenue sources. We then use statistical software programs that we would run that revenue through and other data and analytics types of tools. We look at those things and we identify places where we want to look further at to revenue. We'll pull documents. I mean, it's actual documents. And sometimes they are scanned. Sometimes they are actual hard copies. We did come on site most weeks for at least a couple days to work with your team, but generally they were probably scanned documents versus, they may have been scanned specifically in response to our request. So we might get a scanned document, but the actual document, the nation, might be a hard copy. But we did get then documents sent to us, and we would look at them, and to the extent we needed to follow up or do other things, we would make sure that it properly supported whatever the transaction was we were looking at. If it's revenue, we want to make sure it shows that you in fact received and earned revenue, and we'd usually take that to bank statements as well. If it's expenses, we'd look at the underlying support for the expense, the approval for the expense, and we might also look to a check going out the door. So we're looking at various ways to make sure that the support you provide us looks appropriate and that it seems it's been appropriately accounted for within the financial statements. In terms of the sunshine laws, and I would have some limited experience with sunshine laws, and different governments obviously probably have different perspectives on how much information they share relative to those laws and what they put out there. But we do have some governments that put quite a bit of information on site, and others that are available to the public, and others that wait for a public information request to do that. I will say that the tribal governments in general have been given a lot more latitude to determine what they want to share and maybe to be more private. And I'll just give you one example of that. But when we audit the federal grant funds that you receive, and all governments have to have a single audit, which is what it's called, is a single audit. When the single audit's complete, that information gets filed with the federal data clearinghouse. And so if you're the city of Albuquerque and you complete your single audit and you file your report on the federal audit clearinghouse, that report is available for anybody to look at. But and all governments, like cities, municipalities, states, they have to make their information publicly available. But when the Single Audit Act was passed and the Uniform Guidance was passed, they specifically carved out tribal governments and said that tribal governments do not have to make their information publicly available. They could choose to do so, but they don't have to. And most tribal governments, in fact, do not. And you do not, have not historically. So I'm not sure if I'm exactly answering your question, but I would say that by and large, tribal governments have not shared as much information publicly as other entities. If you tried to do searches on the internet, you would find not a lot available. in terms of tribal government financial information. And I'm sorry, that would conclude at least my initial response, but I would certainly like to hear back if we want to talk about that further.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That's our response to the question posed to. Thank you. Go on mute.
For the response back to the committee. Back to Budget and Finance Committee. Any further questions, comments? Then if there are no questions, further questions or comments, I'll call for the questions for a vote. Let's go. Roll call vote. Lamona?
Yes, Chairman Hino, roll call vote on accepting voting on the legislation. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty, how do you vote?
This is Delegate Crotty. I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes in favor. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
You're unmuted.
Delegate Yellowhair is also in favor of green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes in favor. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Thank you for the roll call vote. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. Well, this legislation moves forward to navigate here. Budget Finance Committee, Mr. Siche Delio Otoso, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Bunnell, Madam Controller Elizabeth Gay, and Mr. Rob Willie. Thank you for being having your input in this. Let's move forward. Next on our agenda is Peggy. What's next on the action items? Ramona, what's next on our action item?
Yes, Chairman Hino, the next legislation is legislation number 0115-22.
Who's sponsoring that?
Chair Henio, are you ready for that legislation?
Who's sponsoring this 115-22?
That is sponsored by Elmer P. Begay.
Okay, I'll read the legislation to the record.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is a proposed standing committee resolution that was assigned to Resources and Development, hence Budget and Finance Committee. So Budget and Finance Committee has final authority on this. 24th Navajo Nation Council, 4th year, 2022. Prime sponsor is Elmer P. Begay. Tracking number 0115-22, an act relating to the Resources and Development and Budget and Finance Committees, approving a change to Cap 3518 for the Indian Wells chapter by moving funds for the quote senior center facility repairs end quote in the amount of $265,000 from funding year 1 to year 3. And this has the Exhibit 1, which shows the table on the expenditure plan, and then Exhibit 2 is the Indian Wells Resolution IWC-22-18. And Exhibit 3 is the Citizen Project Amendment Certification Form that shows the signatures for this request. And it has an internet public review document which shows no comments. The Resources and Development Committee has a due pass with no amendments and a vote tally sheet.
Christine Harlan, thank you for reading the legislation into the record. Is there a motion? Legislation, National Delegate.
You're muted.
Is there a second?
Delegate Yellowhair, second.
National Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second. So we do have a motion, second in place. But this National Budget and Finance Committee is a cap 3518 legislation. So are there any questions?
Motion, Vice Chair.
There's already a motion, Shananda, Vice Chairman. I'm requesting, asking if there are any questions on this legislation. After no questions, I'll call for the question for a roll call vote. For this, let's move forward to roll call vote. Ramona, if you would.
Yes, Chairman Hino, I'm sorry, who made that second, Chairman?
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Hino. Roll call vote on accepting the main motion on the legislation. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green. Green. I vote green. Vice Chair Smith votes green.
I'm sorry, I was trying to unmute myself. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
You're unmuted.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
You're unmuted.
Delegate Yellowhair, vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bockrati, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bockrati, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Bockrati, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel
I'll vote
Brown.
green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 3 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 2 members not voting. Chairman?
Excuse me, Ramona. I heard Delegate Brown vote green.
Thank you, Peggy. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, vote green. Chairman, the vote for the legislation approval is 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Yeah, no, thank you for the roll call vote. 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. legislation receives a due pass, we are the final authority. So with this, let's move forward to the next item on the agenda. Peggy?
Chairman, we are done with the meeting. Close of the session, written announcements, adjournment. There is a NABI meeting in the morning, and then there's a council session at 1 o'clock tomorrow.
Kushina.
And then we will go into the budget hearing to complete that process.
Kushina, thank you, Peggy, for the information. Also, there is, I guess, I don't know how the committee wishes to handle this, but there is a CKP update meeting on September 2nd. The RDC is hosting in Albuquerque on the drought insurance. I don't know if we need to take action on that or just individually committee members could do their own ORTs and be part of the meeting up there if they wish to do that. So with this, let's move forward to the tail end of the agenda. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Delegate Begay.
Motion by
Motion to adjourn.
Delegate Begay to adjourn. Is there a second?
Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you, by Vice
You're
Chair.
muted.
So we are motion and second to adjourn at 2:36 p.m. Ramona, roll call vote.
Chairman Hughes, did you ask for the roll call vote on the adjournment?
Oh, yes, we did. So,
Okay, I'm sorry, my internet keeps going in and out. Roll call vote on the adjournment. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
You're unmuted.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you? Okay, thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
You're muted.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
You're unmuted.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
Shout evidences, Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty, I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you, Jadeja. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Chairman, we have 5 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing. Chairman not voting. Chairman?
Rashid, thank you for the roll call vote. 5 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We are adjourned at 2:36 p.m. And let's stay on the line and let's move forward to the remaining afternoon for the comprehensive budget hearing. We still have to hear from OLC on the legislation, OMB and OOC. So let's move and pull that agenda up. I am. So Kadeya, it is 2:40 p.m. Ramona, roll call vote for the comprehensive budget hearing.
I'm sorry. Roll call vote. Roll call for the comprehensive budget hearings. Honorable Jamie Hino.
I'm present.
You're muted.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Hino is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Elmer P. Begay.
Present.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay is present.
You're muted.
Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'm present.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is present. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delgado Brown votes aye.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Honorable Amber Kenneth Crotty. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Chairman, we have 4 members upon roll call, 2 members not entering. Chairman.
I guess you have 4 members present. We have a quorum. So let's continue with our meeting. And this morning, we did have a invocation. Delegate Nathaniel Brown katsultulsun. So I should be good. That Nielsen though. I thought that so let's move forward to on our agenda. Peggy, when did you post the agenda?
I posted it the same day that the Sunday. And it's posted on the website, if you look at it.
Okay. Okay, I found it. So let's move forward on our agenda here. We did call order, roll call, invocation, review and adopt the agenda. Before we do that though, Kodosh Nanda, 24th Navajo Nation Council, Tasha Isa, for the record. So let's move forward to Peggy, if you would read the agenda into the record for us, please.
Okay, thank you, Chair and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. This is a proposed agenda of the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, August 23, 2022. Comprehensive budget hearing via teleconference, presiding Jamie Henio, Chairperson, Raymond Smith Jr., Vice Chairperson, placed via teleconference, Window Rock, Navajo Nation. 1, call the hearing to order, the roll call the invocation. 2, review and adopt the agenda. 3, receive reports. A final budget legislation presented by Laureline Tapahi, Office of Legislative Counsel, and Dominic Bial, Director, OMB. So the first bullet is the recommended COAs exhibit, a legislative concerns exhibit, carryover exhibit, personnel savings fund, GWA exhibit, and then any others. And then 4, close of the budget hearing, other announcements, adjournment. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for the reading of the legislation to the record. So that reading, do we have a motion to accept the agenda as read? Is there a motion?
This is Delgado Brown, all motion.
Commissioner Delegate Nathaniel Brown motion. Is there a second? Is there a second to accept the agenda?
Delegate Begay, second.
Delegate Almer P. Begay, second. So we do have a motion and second on the floor. And so this, any questions, comments on the agenda? Ramona, roll call vote.
Sure, Chairman, can you roll call vote on accepting the agenda? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Spot Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Amber Kenneth-Spot Crotty, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy
Delegate
Yellow.
votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 2 members voting in the affirmative, 3 members not voting, and chairman not voting. Chairman?
Now, what was the vote count?
The roll call vote on accepting the agenda was 2 members in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 3 members not voting.
Okay, it seems like we don't have a quorum at this time, so Ramona, if you would do a roll call, see if we still have a quorum.
Okay, roll call for the Budget and Finance Committee. Honorable Jamie Hino.
I'm present.
Thank you. Honorable Jamie Hino is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Elmer P. Begay.
Delegate Yellowhair, vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair is present. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Spot Crotty.
Shade, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Spot Crotty. I'm on the line.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Spot Crotty is present. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown is present. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Elmer P. Begay. Chairman, we have 4 members present upon roll call and 2 members not entering. Chairman?
Okay.
Vice Chair Smith present.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. is present. We have 5 members present upon roll call and 1 member not entering roll call. Chairman?
Right, Christina, thank you. We do have 5 members present, so we still have a quorum. So let's move forward back to the vote on approving the agenda.
Chair Hengel, can you repeat the motion and second?
There's a motion on the agenda, for the agenda to accept the agenda. Ramona, who motioned second?
The motion and the second on the adopting the agenda was a motion by Nathaniel Brown, second by Elmer P. Begay. Chairman?
Christina, thank you. Did you get that, Peggy?
Yes, I just wanted it repeated so that the members that called in later would know who made the motion and second.
Thank you. Ramona, roll call vote to accept the agenda.
Thank you, Chairman. Roll call vote on accepting the agenda. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kines Crotty, how do you vote?
Shade, this is Delegate Amber Kines-Bacardi. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kines Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote?
Delegate Brown votes green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
Gushin Yala, 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We have accepted our agenda. That's before us. So next item on our agenda is number 3, receiving reports. Ms. Larlene Tapahi and Mr. Dominic Bial. Ms. Tapahi, are you on the call with us?
I am, Mr. Chair.
Gushin, Mr. Dominic Bial.
Mr. Chair, I am here.
Gashina, thank you, Mr. Bial. So with this, we have the final budget legislation presentations with the recommended COA exhibits, legislative concern exhibit, carryover exhibit, and personal lapse saving fund exhibits, along with the GWA. Mr. Pahi, you have the floor.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I did email the draft budget legislation with the exhibits that have been provided by OMB. That email was sent at 2:42 p.m., barely 10 minutes ago. I wonder if everyone has that.
Tapahi, I have my copy here open.
Okay, I'm just going to go down, starting on the first page, just going to go through. You'll see that there are some areas where I just need to check with OMB and I need to just get some final answers. And as you know, I believe the I put in there a just a placeholder for exhibit F for the permanent fund allocations that has not been done yet. So we'll go through that after I go through this draft. So on the first page, I still have the waivers there in yellow. I'm just going to verify those after everything is done. I will verify those with Ms. Bobroff and also with Kristen at DOJ. I've already gone through the Section 1 authority, Section 2. I inserted the statutory allocations in Section 2A on page 2. These are all of the allocations pursuant to the various funds, statutes requiring percentages for the funds. And then there was also these dollar amounts into the higher education, capital outlay, and water rights funds. B, on page 2, the overall operating budget. I did get Exhibit A from OMB, but I was informed in the email that that the 5 million in the external funds cash match was not verified yet. So that's why that's in red. So if OMB is on the line right now, maybe they can verify that for me. And I can take that out of the red and I can put it in black. Mr. Bial should have this draft. I did send this out to him as well.
Mr. Chair, this is Dominic Bial.
Mr. Bial, go ahead.
Just thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. Just to let Ms. Tapahi know, she can put it in black.
Okay, I'm going to change the 2,522,100, actually 2,522,153,747 into black, and then the 5 million external funds cash match will be changed to black. Great. Next page, there's the legislative branch allocations as shown in Exhibit B provided by OMB. D, judicial branch allocations, just lifted from the Exhibit C provided by OMB. E, paragraph E for executive branch. I needed to verify the red there, whether that's verified, the cash match again. And if I can get that verification from Mr. Bial, I can change that to black text.
Mr. Bial.
Mr. Chair, this is Dominic Bial.
No, yes, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, committee members, responding to Ms. Tapahi, I believe she's talking about line 18, the red. If so, that number is right, so therefore it should be black.
Also, line 25, the 5 million is black as well.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
this is Peggy. Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so Ms. Tapahi, you're getting everything from Mr. Bial and making them the letters black, right?
That's correct, Mr. Chair. I just did that in E.
Thank you. Peggy?
Could we have the page number that you're on, please, Laureline, so that the committee can know what page you're talking to?
I'm on page 3, paragraph section E, executive branch. The items in red, I'm changing to black font per Mr. Bial.
Which numbers are those?
It's in line 18 on page 3 and line 25 on page 3.
Thank you.
Okay, may I move on, Mr. Chair?
Yes, you have the floor here. You need
Okay.
to go ahead and move on.
All right, thank you. Moving on to page 4, personnel lapse. That is based on the Exhibit E that was provided by OMB. I I did include on page 4 starting at line 21. As you can see in line 2, there's 12,626,352 amount, and then deducting 2%, then there's a 9,642,806 amount remaining. So I have not calculated items 1 through 13 to see if that total amount comes to the available $9,642,806. So I don't know if there's any amount available to continue to allocate to something else, or to leave it in the personnel lapse account, or if the items 1 through 13 are exactly amount to the 9.6 million. So I guess I need OMB's help on that.
Mr. Bial, you have the floor to explain. I believe your staff has done an outstanding job in calculating everything, but you may respond, Mr. Bial.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. I have with me the other members of the budget section on the call too, so they can help me as we go through this. But my review of this particular paragraph F, the 1 through 13 coincides with Exhibit E. Therefore, it does add up to the $9,642,806. So therefore, the number 14 in yellow is not necessary. Nanette Francisco, am I right in saying that?
This is Nanette with OMB. That is correct.
Okay, this is Lurleen. I will delete that yellow that started on page, on line 21 of page 4. Thank you, Mr. Bial. Thank you, Ms. Francisco. Let me just quickly move on to G, permanent fund. It starts on line right after F there. I think it's line 23, 24 there on page 4 is where I'm at. This one, I think I would like to set this aside for now and then go through the rest, because we haven't got to this yet. How much of the $27,911,000 will be used for what? And I did in the red there, I just took the liberty of inserting what was in the president's memo that was dated August 19th. Of course, it's up to the committee how to spend the available $27,911,000. So I'd like to just leave that for discussion for later while I go on to the other exhibits, if that's okay. So I'm going to go down to line, the middle of page 5, paragraph H, fixed costs. Again, I do have an item here in red, and a question came up regarding which fixed costs sheet to use. when we discussed this matter last week, Mr. Bial had instructed me to use the exhibit from the legislation that approved the BIM, the Budget and Finance Committee resolution, which is BFAU-26-22. The exhibit A from that was the fixed cost allocation. And you'll see in the exhibits that accompany this draft that I emailed out, you'll see the second exhibit G. There's two exhibit Gs. The second one shows in the bottom right-hand corner the 33,934,542. And the first exhibit G is a new fixed costs sheet that's different than the one approved by Budget and Finance Committee in BFAU-26-22. The new one provided by OMB includes personnel lapse, $5 million from the personnel lapse account, which makes the total fixed cost amount in the bottom right-hand corner go up by $5 million, which is $38,934,542. So I thought that we were supposed to stick with the fixed cost determination already approved by Budget and Finance Committee in that resolution. But now it appears that there is an additional $5 million from the personnel lapse account that is going to be used for fixed costs. So I just need explanation and clarification. It looks like the additional $5 million is for the retirement plan account. And once I get the clarification, I will change the dollar amount to black text and the item 3 to black.
Mr. Bial?
Mr. Chair. Mr.
Go ahead.
Ms. Tapahi is correct. When she earlier in the day was asking a question, and she just explained that when the fixed cost schedule was given to the Budget and Finance Committee during your during your oversight budget reviews a couple of weeks ago, the number at the time didn't include the $5 million because you'll remember that it is a recommendation coming from the branch chief's agreement from the personnel lapse account to allocate $5 million for the retirement fund. But at the time of the BNF's prior action, that hadn't been done yet. So therefore, it was merely a proposed recommendation from the chiefs. But as of Friday, when we had that long discussion, the committee had a rather long discussion on the personnel lapse available funds as identified by the controller, and then eventually determined the $3 million FY22 allocation to cover the GWA cost, and then also the $5 million for retirement was included. And then the rest of the discussion on the personnel lapse savings was how much is the GWA going to be? And that the committee eventually decided on 2%. So those three, the 22 GWA, and then the 5 million for retirement, and then the amount for the 2% GWA were approved, according to my notes, in one vote on that whole subject matter. And so I explained that by email again to Ms. Tapahi a bit earlier. So what I'm saying is that her original question is going back to the prior BNF resolution. It did not include the 5 million because it hadn't been approved at the time. It was merely a recommendation from the branch chiefs. However, as of Friday, when BNF took the vote, they included the 5 million, as well as the GWA 22, and then the new proposed 2% GWA. So, with that understanding, what she has in red is would be correct now. So the action of Friday had the effect of amending, revising the prior fixed cost schedule from before. Ms. Francisco, did I say that right?
This is Nanette Francisco again with OMB. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I'm going to, this is Lurleen with OLC. I'm going to discard the Exhibit G that has the $33 million figure, and I'm going to change the red text to black. I'm going to leave the line item number 3, the 5 million from the personnel lapse account, and take away the yellow highlight, and that should fix that paragraph. Is that correct, Mr. Bial?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Great. I'm going to move on, Mr. Chair, if that's okay.
Actually, Laureline, this is Dana. Can I ask a question?
Go ahead, Dana.
Thank you. And I don't intend to confuse things, but I just want to verify something. So if you go back to section 5 on page 4, that's the personnel lapse. And so what we have there is that so the controller projected 12.6 million, and then you deduce the general wage, general fiscal year 2023 general wage adjustment. That leaves you with an amount of 9.6 million. I apologize. I'm having all kinds of communication issues here. Can you hear me? Can you hear me right? Okay, I apologize. I had all kinds of communication issues, but I'm back on board. So what I was saying, I'll just recap real quickly. So it started with the personnel lapse, started with projected dollar amount of 12.6 million. Then you do the deduction for the fiscal year 23 general wage adjustment of 2%. That comes up with a remaining amount of 9.6 million, which OMB just confirmed that the amounts listed on page 4, lines 8 through 20 equaled 9.6 million. So my question is, where are we taking out the 5 million from the permanent fund? I mean, from the personnel lapse fund for the retirement plan. Does that affect any other of the numbers in the personnel lapse account? So that's my question. I think it goes to O and B. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair, I also have a question for OMB.
Okay, go ahead with your question for OMB.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I multiplied the 12.6 million by 2%, by 0.02. And I got, I'm not good at math, but I got 252,527.04. And then I'm taking the 12,626,352 and I'm subtracting the $252,527.04. And it comes out to roughly 12.37 million. So I'm just not sure where the 9.6 comes from, but it doesn't necessarily matter for that. I understand that. I just wanted a question. Maybe Mr. Bial can answer that for me just through the email.
Mr. Chair, this is Peggy. I have a question too.
That figure came from the controller's office, as the memo originally came from the controller's office, and then once the committee made a decision on the GWA, the controller went back and did their calculation through Miss Elizabeth Begay, and so that figure came from the controller's office. So therefore, we'll move forward to is that a question for Mr. Bial? I think it would have been more for the controller's office, as that figure came from the controller's office. So before we go back to Mr. Bial, Peggy, do you have a question for Mr. Bial also?
No, this is related to what Laureline stated earlier about Exhibit G.
Okay, let's have Mr. Bial answer the question first from Ms. Barboff. Mr.
Okay.
Bial.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And committee members, I'm going to have, again, Ms. Francisco help me with this. As Chairman Hideo mentioned, the controller's memo from last week on the personnel savings lapse fund, the projected balance, and then subtracting back pay, settlements, holidays, bonuses, and so forth. It got to eventually the GWA for 22, $3,020,000, and then the retirement plan, which is the $5 million. So those deductions, that's where the number, according to the controller's report, is 12.6 million. So then going forward to the 2% GWA in that same document, remember this got revised. The cost for the 2% GWA in 23 is 2.9 million. So that taken off of the 12.6 million leaves 9.6 million. So that was the balance that was available after those actions were taken. And that at that point is where the BNF committee allocated that balance equally using the unmet needs list and so forth. Now, as I understand Ms. Bobroff's question is do we show somewhere where the retirement 5 million and then the GWA 3 million? Does it need to show in the resolution somewhere, or perhaps in the exhibit? We're going to be going over here shortly. It could. I'm saying that, I'm admitting that. But in prior resolutions, including 22, we didn't show it that way. It essentially just came from this report from the Controller's Office that showed that that set aside. So that's the best I can answer at this point. Ms. Francisco, you have anything to add?
This is Nanette Francisco with OMB. Dominic described everything according to the controller's memo. If you have any questions, we can answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Francisco. Have you taken the oath also?
Okay.
Peggy, question?
Yes, thank you, Chair. There are two Exhibit Gs. One has a total balance or a total for fixed costs. It says $38,934,542. The other one says $33,934,542. Which one are you removing from your exhibits, Laureline?
We just spoke about that.
As I just mentioned a few minutes ago, I'm discarding the one that has the 33 million, and I'm going to keep the 38,934,542. That includes the 5 million personnel lapse allocation for the retirement plan account.
Thank you.
Can I ask, is Dana's question answered satisfactorily to where she understands?
Mr. Beal provided the response. Ms. Barboff?
No, it didn't. So let me try to rephrase it, and I'm trying to find the controller's memo. And maybe that answers it. My question is, where does the 5 million come out of? I'm not able to figure to what, when you start with the 12.6 million, which the controller projected as the dollar amount. Then you take out the then you take out the general wage adjustment of 2.9 million or so. That leaves you with 9.6 million. And OMB has stated that the what's listed on page 3 under the personnel lapse section, the 13 appropriations listed there, that they equal the 9.6 million. So I guess what I'm saying is, where is the 5 million coming from? It says 5 million coming out of the personnel lapse. But as far as I can tell, the personnel lapse is already spoken for.
Ms. Barboff, if you were to see the memo from the controller's office, maybe Peggy sent her a copy of the memo. The total amount of the personnel lapse savings as calculated by projected, let me put it this way, projected by the controller's office is $28 million. out of the 28 million per the 3-branch chiefs agreement recommendations, a recommendation to the committee, they recommended that 3.8 million be set aside for the GWA impacts, meaning that when the budget has put forth many of the programs, they have overheads expenses, and every time we give a GWA, they're impacted by the overhead, meaning that they put more money into their personnel account than the direct services. So the 3.8 million taken off the top from the 28 million should absorb some of that impact. They also recommended that 5 million be taken from the 28 million for the retirement plan savings shortfall. So that's where the 5 million is coming from, minus Dominic Hapial had explained was that there's also considerations for the temporary employment, the bonuses and merit pays, and then also so forth. So you take everything out of the 28 million, you're left with $12 million, and then from there your calculation is right from there on. Hopefully that helps you out, Ms. Barba.
Chair Henio.
It does. Thank you, Chair Henio. I still don't think we have the verbiage right, but we will work on that. But I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, that was the question I had when it came to the personal lapse savings fund portion of the legislation. Was that, are we looking, do we want to put the 12 million in there, or do we put the 28 million in there? So once you receive that memo, maybe work with Laureline and see which figures should actually go into this section here. Because that was the question I had for transparency, is the actual total amount is 28 million.
Chairman Henio, this is Peggy. I just sent that about 326 or 325, Dana. You can see Exhibit A and how that's all calculated by the controller's office.
I do see that, and so as I go back, I'm looking at this. Okay, so I do see that. I see where it came out. I do once again. I agree with Chair Henio. I don't think the personnel lapse section is properly drafted, but we can certainly fix that. I do think that more transparency is probably needed. So we will work on that. It's not a big fix, but I guess I have one more question to Dominic or to OMB. And that was why, if this 5 million is coming from the personnel lapse, why are we putting it in the fixed cost section? Why isn't it in the personnel lapse section?
Ms. Barba, that is the same concern I have too also. And maybe Ms. Kapai could explain why she put it in there.
Mr. Chair, the fixed costs exhibit, remember we looked at 2 exhibit Gs and we discarded the one that had $33,934,542. And we agreed, because of Mr. Bial's explanation, we agreed to go with the exhibit G that has the $33,934,542 in the bottom right-hand corner. So the one we're going with, the fixed cost exhibits G that we are going to use, includes 5 million from the personnel lapse account. It seems now, and I'm not the one who knows what the decision should be on this, but I'm throwing this out. It seems maybe now we need to go with the other exhibit G that we discarded, because it doesn't make sense to me that 5 million from personnel lapse is going under a fixed cost exhibit. I don't know, but that's the reason why there is no mention in personnel lapse in the paragraph F. Personnel lapse does not have any mention of the 5 million, because the exhibit E that was provided by OMB, and I'm pulling that up right now, the exhibit E does not have, I'm looking through it now, it does not have a line item for that $5 million. I'm looking through it and I don't see it, unless I'm wrong, and Mr. Bial can point that out. I don't see that. I do see it in the exhibit G for fixed costs that we determined we were going to keep, and we were going to discard the other one. So that's why there's no mention of personnel lapse in the 5 million personnel lapse in the personnel lapse paragraph. It's mentioned in the fixed cost paragraph. And so now that I'm looking at it, and now that I'm listening to Ms. Bobroff, it doesn't seem to make sense to do it that way. But again, I'm not the person who knows exactly how to do this.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that response, Mr. Bial.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. Speaking to the question, to the issue, the way the documents are showing before you at this moment is the same way we've done it in fiscal year 22, and I believe 21, and even beforehand. Now, the reason the 5 million shows up in the fixed costs budget is because the fund retirement plan account is business unit number 118018, which is with the fixed cost grouping. So when you look at that, you'll see the personnel lapse in the column, $5 million. And as I explained earlier, the previous version, it wasn't in there because it hadn't been approved yet. But as of Friday, BNS action was to approve it, coming from the personnel lapse as the fund source. So what I'm saying is just the way it's done, we're showing on the document before us at this moment, is the way we've typically done it. But Legislative Council, you know, if they can fix it to clarify it better, then good. Help us. Thank you.
Yeah. Chair Hino, OMB, and Laura Ling, OLC will fix it. It won't be a big matter, but we'll fix it to properly reflect everything. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for that. So how long would it take for you to fix it?
Mr. Chair,
Probably,
go ahead.
I would say 30 minutes, 45 minutes just to redraft the paragraph. We'll go back And well, actually, we can leave it in fixed costs, but I want to reference it in personal lapse so that it makes, so it's more transparent.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for that. So with moving along to the rest of the legislation, go ahead, cover everything, Lorraine.
Okay, I kind of forgot where I was. I'm leaving the permanent. Oh, I think it was fixed costs. Okay. Did I do carryovers? I don't think I did carryovers yet. Okay. Paragraph, section I, carryovers. This is, again, using Exhibit H provided by OMB. They divided it by legislative, judicial, and executive. So that's all that I listed here in those three. And that's Exhibit H. And I have fiscal year 2022 highlighted in yellow because I just wanted to confirm that that's the one I'm supposed to be listing. I believe it is. I just wanted a confirmation. Is that correct, Mr.
Mr. Biel, go ahead. Just work and move through the legislation. Mr. Biel?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, committee members. Speaking to the question by Ms. Tapahi, the document that she has stamped, Exhibit H, is the one we prepared and submitted. However, having said that, in separate emails, Friday and then today, I've mentioned to Ms. Tapahi and others that this is a revised format from the one that was presented to BNF on Friday. On Friday, hopefully you'll recall that the version given to you was labeled draft. And for example, in the first column, it had the resolution numbers. And that's just for reference. And then it had the business unit numbers, the division, and then the programs. And then it had the amounts. And then for the purpose, the purpose column there was actually, the majority of it was blank. Because when the oversight committees made this recommendation, they didn't provide, in most cases, any explanation or justification for it. So again, the document that you had before you on Friday, it had, for example, the first three, which was OOC, fixed costs, and OMB, no carryover requested. And then the next group, which is for public safety, it was just blank. That's because it just had numbers there, amounts. And the rest of it, again, was basically blank all the way, except for the some of the numbers, the amounts that the oversight committees were proposing and recommending. Now, the problem with that is hopefully you'll remember that on Friday when I spoke about this, I mentioned that this particular document that was given to you was not the actual exhibit. and that the actual exhibit would be reformatted, revised to reflect whatever the Budget and Finance Committee decides to support and endorse. And in so doing that, I explained that we typically don't put amounts in it because that's just numbers at the moment. We know that it's all dependent on the fiscal year end closeout, what those actual numbers might be. And I made reference to the fiscal year 22 exhibit, carryover exhibit, where the operating language is as shown in this document. It talks about the remaining operating balance not to exceed the listed amount. Okay, that's similar to what we used, not exactly, but similar to what we used in the 22 exhibit. Now it's important because all of these funds that we're looking at, except for a couple, but the great majority of them are general funds. And before the committee got to this document, you had that extensive discussion, as we just were again a few minutes ago, on the Personnel Lapse Savings Fund, how much money there is, and so on and so forth. So all of that now has been apportioned out. So the differentiation there, or what everyone needs to understand, is the reason the words remaining operating balance is used is because for purposes of this carryover, we're really talking about operating funds, not personnel. Personnel has already been captured in that personnel savings lapse account that you just went through. And that's what's important for all of us to understand. So what that means is when the controller, as a part of their closeout, looking at this document, the first one that appears is the Ethics and Rules Office and Legislative. That $59,304 that's mentioned even has cents to it, 64 cents. That, in most likelihood, is not going to be realized because the $59,000 is probably current as of a week or two ago. But we're not even in September yet. In other words, expenditures are still going on, and they'll end on September 30th, and even include a number of encumbrances that would still be there at the time. So that number is going to be different in the end when the closeout is finally realized. So that's why it says remaining operating balance. Now, normally, for example, in the 22 document, we don't list any amounts, any numbers. We just use the language remaining operating balance. But I notice, and I think we all heard, Delegate Crotty, when she made the motion to go ahead and accept the overall carryover listing, she said that it is good to show the numbers just to see what was envisioned, at least at this point in time. So we decided to go ahead and include it. But we included those words not to exceed the listed amount. So that's how this particular document, this exhibit, has been prepared. And I'm saying it's similar, but not exactly like the 22 document and the way we've done it in prior years. So again, the report that BNF was looking at on Friday was marked draft, and it was really a working paper. But now it's been put together in this form and fashion to become an actual exhibit. I hope I've explained that well enough. And I hope that the committee will find it acceptable. Ms. Francisco, do you have anything to add? You might have noticed that. Go ahead.
This is Nanette with OMB. I have nothing further to add. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Lurleen.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Biel, for your input. This topic here, and Mr. Pai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I still need an answer to my question where I have fiscal year 2022 highlighted in yellow. Is that correct, Mr. Bial? If it is, I'll take the yellow highlight away. And I'm going to change in the carryovers language right after carryovers. I'm going to add the word estimated, and then I'm going to add what you said in the note. I'm going to add all carryovers shall not exceed the dollar amount shown in Exhibit H. So I think that accommodates what you were explaining, Mr. Bial. Please let me know.
Mr. Biel?
Ms. Tapahi, which page and line are you questioning about?
Right after paragraph I, where it says carryovers, in that sentence there, I'm going to add estimated total amount.
What line are you?
I'm not sure. It could be 23, 24, right around there. Page 5.
Dominic, Lurleen's question concerns page 6, line 6. And she's highlighted fiscal year 2022, and she just wants to double check that it should be fiscal year 2022 and not fiscal year 2023.
Okay. Well, she didn't say what line. That's why I was a little lost here. Fiscal year for this language there, fiscal year 22 is right. Now, this particular language here, where it speaks about, where it says note, then it starts off the controller, and so on and so forth, that the controller will inform OMB in writing of any canceled or reduced open encumbrances for fiscal year 22. That's this year, so that OMB can then make the appropriate adjustments. That is correct. Thank you.
Thanks, Dominic.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm going to go on to the next section. Is that okay?
Yes, okay, proceed.
Thank you. Next section, J, unreserved undesignated fund balance. I just went ahead and attached.
Chairman, this is Delegate Yellowhead.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair.
Oh, excuse me, Laura Lane, and to the chairman. I hate to interfere with a good meeting like this. There's some yellow words that you are talking about. I don't have that documents with me, but I'm listening pretty well and pretty closely without documents as much as I can. Hopefully I get it later. Then we have to really move on with this our comprehensive budget for FY23. It is, and I saw your name in there, Laura, but there's some change with red words in there. That's not it. That's all I have in my laptop on the computer. Anyway, that's all. I don't want to stop this meeting. I just want to listen as closely as I can. Thank you, Chairman. Chad, keep going, Laura Lane. I don't want to stop you. Doing a good job.
Mr. Pai, continue.
Thank you, Honorable Delegate Yellowhair. I did shoot that off to you, email that to you so you can see, and I will continue.
Thank you.
So this paragraph on the unreserved undesignated fund balance is just from last year, and it's also a $20 million allocation, which is consistent with the 3 branch chiefs agreement. And I do have that as Exhibit I. The next paragraph, K, that's the conditions of appropriations that we went over, and that's attached as Exhibit J. Paragraph L, legislative concerns. Those are the legislative concerns that we went over. I've attached that as Exhibit K. In M, waivers of Navajo Nation laws. I am still not exactly clear on how this language should be written here in M1. I will discuss this with Ms. Bobroff and Kristen as well. And so that's why these are in yellow. Kristen has explained that some of the budget forms show GWA 2022 or personnel lapse, and so there appears to be a need for a waiver for 2022, which I'm not understanding because we're doing the 2023 fiscal year budget, but I'll clarify that with Ms. Bobroff and Ms. Lowell. Section M2, personnel lapse restrictions. That is needed because resolution CF0711 does establish a moratorium on uses of the personnel lapse account, and that it can only be used for general wage adjustments and such. And there are, as I'm understanding, and someone correct me if I'm wrong, there are allocations outside of what CF0711 mandates. So that would need to be waived. Paragraph 3, capital improvement plan. There is no capital improvement plan right now, so that section of the Appropriations Act needs to be waived. Next paragraph, N, expenditures not restricted by budget information. This is just the sort of disclaimer that states that all the dollar amounts and whatnot that are in the exhibits, that does not limit expenditures, and further expenditures can be made. Paragraph O, BIA account number PL 7341701. That's copied from last year's legislation. I believe that's needed again. I haven't been told otherwise, so it's included. Paragraph P, budget detail. I understand that OMB will be providing this, and so I just put in Exhibit L, but it's in red because I don't have that exhibit at this time. Section 3, directives. OMB is directed to perform proper calculations and make sure everything is correct. B, technical corrections. This is just the usual OLC and OLS can make technical corrections. And C, community development is directed to develop the capital improvement plan. Section 4, effective date. Section 5, savings clause. So I think I've gone through everything, and except that we have not done paragraph G for the permanent fund, and we still need to do that. So that concludes my quick review, Mr. Chair.
Laureline, I think there's one more matter that we probably need info on or just confirmation, and that is having to do with the NGS transmission costs in the fixed cost budget. DOJ had provided info that amount, that the nation had a credit, so that amount was not necessary, and I just wanted to make sure that DNF wanted to keep it in the fixed cost. Thank you, and I apologize to everybody how bad my voice sounds today, but it happens. Back to you.
I forgot about that, Dana. Yes, Mr. Chair, I forgot about that. There's the $1.9 million NGS lease payment credit that I don't believe, I have not seen it. I haven't thoroughly scoured all the exhibits to see if it's in any of them, if it's in the fixed cost exhibit. I don't think it is. And I don't think that there's an allocation that's been made for that yet, to use that money for something. So that would need to be determined today.
Thank you for the reading of the legislation. Mr. Biel, with your staff, regarding the question on the NGS, please.
Mr. Chair, committee members, I'll have Ms. Francisco follow up with information on this matter because she handles the fixed costs. But my recollection is, as Ms. Bobroff and Mr. Pahi are saying, that the fixed costs budget, which is Exhibit E, does include still Business Unit 118027, which is the NGS transmission costs, which would be administered by DNR, the amount of $1,900,100. So as of this time, it remains there. Now, I recall after this was done and these planning amounts were set, that a memorandum came from DNR stating that it may not be necessary. In other words, that previous payments in prior years were enough to satisfy the impending bill or obligation. So this money could be unbudgeted, I guess, and maybe put elsewhere. But for me, as I recall, and Nanette needs to correct me if I misstate this, is that that was acknowledged by the committee, BNF committee, that, okay, that's something that's there, but there was no decision that I remember to either do it or not. Therefore, at the moment, it's still in there. Ms. Francisco, please clarify as well.
This is Nanette with OMB. I have the same recollection as Dominic. I don't remember if this was ever brought up during BNF. I think the only time it was brought up was during DNR's oversight hearing. And that's all I have to say. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, I'm looking at exhibit G, the one that we decided to go with, the 38 million exhibit. There is a NGS transmission cost line item of $1,900,100 in this exhibit G, fixed costs. So I don't know if we need a revised exhibit G. I don't know.
And Ms. Tapahi and Ms. Barbaugh, as we go back to the Budget and Finance Committee oversight hearings, like when we were talking about fixed costs, this issue was brought up. But at the same time, there was no motion to amend the listing we have here. So as we took the motion and the second and the vote, it remained in there. So that pretty much what it did was it sealed it. And so it's still in here. And as I recall, instructions from OLC is that once it's closed and there's no going back to amend it. So my take is that it should just stay in there. Then let me know if I'm correct or wrong, Ms. Barbaugh.
Thank you, Chair Hino. Technically, you are correct. If Budget and Finance didn't get that amended, it needs to stay in there as the exhibit that BNF approved. And so it needs to stay in there unless there's a floor amendment, I guess, made to take it out. Also, not necessarily damaging in that you will still have the same type of credit available next year, and thus you could do an adjustment in. So you have two choices here. One would be a floor amendment this year, or just leave it in, and you will have a credit, the same type of credit next year, and you can adjust your fixed costs then. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Ms. Marble. So, Ms. Kapahi, we'll just leave it in there for now, as we already took action at BNF, and there were no amendments at that time.
Okay, Mr. Chair, we'll leave that exhibit, the exhibit G that we selected, we'll leave that as is with that line item in there.
Okay, thank you. So,
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Claudia.
National Don, you have the floor. You have a question?
Yes, thank you, Chairman. If I may make a suggestion, if we can confirm that fixed cost is not needed, if the committee could consider using that for the veteran shortfall. I know there's additional need with that veteran shortfall. Thank you, Chair Henio.
Okay, if that's the wishes, and what we can do is that, like as Mr. Barboff stated earlier, it could come up as a floor amendment during the when it comes to council, and there would have to be an amendment through OLC. That's a possibility that we have, but just kind of keep in mind anytime we start making amendments, then the line starts getting longer for amendments too also.
Okay, I'll be making that amendment if OLC can just keep that amendment request. Thank you.
Sheena, thank you. So with that, any questions on the legislation as it has been presented to the committee? Denoya, we believe we covered everything, except for the,
Chair, I have one question.
Mr. Pahi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask Mr. Bial, will we be getting the Exhibit L, the FY 2023 budget detail? Will we be getting that today?
Mr. Bial.
Mr. Chair, this is Dominic Bial. The answer is the Exhibit L, which is the entire budget book, the whole comprehensive budget. No, that won't be available today. When BNF finishes today and the legislation is dropped, then that's the green light for us to begin to prepare all of the detail. Now, most of it we have done, expecting that, there will be minimal changes as we go. But that document probably won't be ready until next week. Now, typically, BNF committee will remember that we have the big book and or electronically or physically ready for the NABI committee, which would be the latter part of next week. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bial. Yeah, yes, you're right. That usually comes later. So, Mr. Pahi, that would be coming after we finish with exercise here.
Okay, I will just use a dummy for the Exhibit L and we'll switch that out. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And so that takes care of the legislation itself as we have had it presented. And so now, just the question that we do have is on page 4 of 8. And the Budget and Finance Committee, my recommendation to the committee here, if everybody is okay with it, is to appropriate the 27 plus million into the UFB, and that way we can utilize it for future allocations as we move it forward, if that's okay with the committee. What's the wishes of the committee on that recommendation from myself?
Chair Henyo, can you say that one more time?
On paragraph G of the legislation, where it talks about the permanent income to access the 27 million. But for the sake of time, it is 4 o'clock right now. And we still have to give time for OLC to prepare the legislation. And my recommendation to the committee is to move that money into the UUFB, undesignated fund balance, for future use. If that's the wish, if I could, if the committee is okay with my recommendation.
Chair Henyo, do we have a listing of the project shortfalls? I know that we've requested that multiple times from Division of Community Development. Do we know what Navajo Nation projects are facing a shortfall?
No, yes, they were emailed out Friday by Community Development.
Okay, if I could just.
Delegate Brigade.
Delegate Elmer PBG.
Before we go on, I have a question regarding this your instruction. We did that last year? I believe we did that. Can you go over it again? Thank you.
No, this is the very first time that we have an excess from the permanent fund income. This is the very first time this has happened. So in my recollection as sitting on the chair, budget and finance, even in this is a new item on the budget.
Back to Chair, this is Delegate Begay again.
Motion
Yeah, I thought we did that before, or I'm not sure if we talked about it before though. But I think it was considered in something like that, or was mentioned like that before. But I would go with that too, like how you would explain it that to you to go towards the UEIB. That'll be my my recommendation. If you need motion, then I'll do that. Thank you.
It's up to the committee here if they wish to make a motion and second. It'd be up to the committee to make that motion.
Chairman Henio, this is Delegate Crotty.
Why do we have to do this?
Thank you, Chair. So there is, I'm concerned about this veteran shortfall, and there was other recommendations. I believe it was the veteran shortfall, the unmet, the project shortfalls. There was one more area. I'm looking through my concerns. I just don't know then. I wouldn't want to move forward with this budget without addressing the veteran shortfall. Because if we move it to UUFB, that's where we're going to request the money from. So I'd rather make the suggestion that the committee consider funding or making the recommendation to completely fund that shortfall, and then maybe the remaining go to UUFB, just so that there's not a delay, and then that becomes an issue that, because as we wind down in the fiscal year, that's going to take another budget from the Veterans Administration and other calculations. I just want to know, would I be able to make that recommendation, and how does the committee feel in terms of fully funding the veterans before we make the recommendation to put this funding into UUFB?
Okay, Shananta. On your question regarding the president's recommendation for the funding veterans shortfall in the amount of $2.7 million. And during the exercise we had with the personal lapse savings, and the first action that was taken was Vice Chair Smith. I'm getting tired. Vice Chair Smith, as he put 100% of his allocation. And if you look at the Exhibit E on the third line down, it says legislative branch total right underneath there. Business unit number 703125 to business unit 73129. Veteran Trust Fund, Makagi. Vice Chair Smith put his $1.6 million plus allocation into this shortfall. And then Delegate Amber Kilos-Makrati, you also allocated another 200,000, I believe it was, for the veterans shortfall out of your allocation. Therefore, the total balance that from the personal lapse savings fund towards this 2.7 is 1,800,000, I believe it is $56. Let's see here. $56 and $1,856,108 is what is so far has been allocated from the personal lapse savings fund. And then with your floor amendment that you'll be making on the 1.9 million, that will completely fund and more than fund the shortfall of the 2.7 million. Kudo. Hopefully that explains, hopefully that answers your concerns regarding the funding shortfall. Then on the second portion was the $1 million chapter personnel shortfall. And ADGA, Kudo, if you look at Exhibit E again, Kudo, Delegate Nathaniel Brown took care of his chapters, Western chapters, with $512,000 allocation. And so that leaves the Chinle chapters with $500 and plus that still needs to be funded. So what you could do, Shananta, on your floor amendment is to fully fund the $2.7 million shortfall from the 1.9 million, and then fully fund the chapter personnel shortfall for Chinle chapters at 500 plus million, and that would take care of those two items. And then with the CPMD listing, that's a huge amount, I believe it was, but that's for our reference, Shananta. Back to you, Shananta. Delegate Amber Kilaswakrati.
So, Chair, with these recommendations, I'm trying to follow that you said there's enough money for veterans. Can OMB or someone verify that we've allocated enough funding for veterans? I thought we were short.
Shananta, we are still short. I'm just saying that.
Okay.
There's 1.8 million that has been allocated from the personal lap savings fund.
Right.
Through our allocation. Yeah. So there's like 900 something thousand still needed. So with your floor amendment, to take the 1.9 million that the credit from NGS, you could fully fund that line item with the floor amendment, and then also fully fund the Chinle chapter personnel shortfall too also.
Okay, now I see what you mean. Okay, thank you, Chair. And are we able to do that? When are we able to introduce that amendment?
Dana, would it be at NABI or would it be at council?
The budget, thank you, this is Dana. The budget legislation will come back to DFC as the first step. So you can make it there, or you can make it at NABI, or you can make it at council.
Thank you, Dana. Shananta, I think the low-hanging fruit would be at Budget and Finance Committee to make that amendment.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Which would be on Tuesday. No, not Tuesday.
Okay.
Today is Tuesday. Dana, when will this come before BNF then? Or Peggy?
Chair Hinio, if it's dropped today, that leaves us 5 days that it won't be active. So it may go live the 29th, but if it gets dropped tomorrow, it goes to the 30th of August. But I think that's the day that NABI plans to meet on the budget, is the 30th and 31st. So hopefully it gets dropped today so that it's available on the 29th.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. Lorelei, Mr. Pike, can you mute your phone, please? Okay, so if it gets dropped today, and then it starts tomorrow. But tomorrow, if it gets dropped tomorrow, which more likely will happen, because there still needs to be a lot of work that needs to be put in. And then we could have a special now BNF committee meeting on August 30th, as Speaker Damon is planning on having an Nabikia and a special session on the 31st to address the no, I'm sorry, I'm getting all lost here. Okay, I get it. Let me get back on track. We could have a special BNF committee meeting on Tuesday, August 30th, to address the comprehensive budget. Would that work, Peggy?
No, hopefully it'll be dropped today, and then we will meet on the 29th to have Budget and Finance consider the legislation, because I believe the NABI has a 2-day session on the 30th and 31st for the budget discussion.
Okay.
So that's Tuesday and Wednesday next week. The 30th and 31st is what the NABI has scheduled to consider the budget legislation, and then the council will be in session starting September 7th through the 9th. I don't know if they're going to go till the 12th, but for the budget hearings for the comprehensive budget legislation in September.
Okay, well, the key to the whole dropping is, like I said, it's already 4:30 almost, and our staff have been with us all from Legislative Council and OMB. They're still here with us. So I'll be relying on Ms. Tapahi and Ms. Barbaugh of when they feel that they need to make these corrections, because they still need to work on the paragraphs regarding the $5 million allocation for the retirement account. And so with this, either Ms. Tapahi or Ms. Barbaugh, when do you think it'd be ready to be dropped?
Thank you, Chair Henyo. I believe that Office of Legislative Counsel will have the legislation finalized and ready to drop within 3 hours. The key to it will be somebody being a sponsor or a co-sponsor to sign the legislation. Office of Legislative Services has agreed, as they always do, to stay late and get it posted. I just now reached out to Speaker Damon to see if he would be in town in Window Rocks this evening to co-sponsor. I haven't heard back from him. So your question as to what will be the key, and the key will be having a sponsor or co-sponsor available to sign it this evening.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Welcome, Speaker Damon.
Mr. Chair, I'm here to stand by to sign off as a co-sponsor. I'll be standing by. We're working late here at the Speaker's office too, as well.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the information. Gashina, so Shnata, we do have a roadmap that was set for us right now. So with this, on the recommendation to put the $27 million into the UUFB account and make that reference in the budget legislation, I did hear Delegate Elmer P. Gay supporting that idea. Vice Chair Smith?
Hearing you. Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, so maybe we should just put it to a vote if that would make it official, to put the 27 million, if the committee wishes to do that. There'll be a motion and second, and then we can go by that if the committee wishes to do that. because we need to give offices, legislative council some type of direction, and that way they can begin working on the legislation, finalizing the legislation.
Chair Henry, this is Vice Chair Smith. Can you hear me?
Oh, Vice Chair Smith, I can hear you.
Okay, I don't know what's going on my phone, but it's I can't adjust the volume. I don't know what's happened to it. I can barely hear you guys.
Okay. Yeah, so right now we're discussing the permanent fund income excess of 27 million, because OLC is still waiting for us to decide what to do with it. And my recommendation to the committee was, because of the sake of time and everything, that we should park the money in the UUFB account for later use. Vice Chair Smith, did you were able to hear that?
Thank you, Chair Henry. The question would be, once it gets in the UUFB, it's hard to get back out. Is it imperative? Because I kind of heard veterans are needing funds, and I heard Honorable Crotty with the limited phone volume, she was concerned about their shortfall, and I heard that you were saying that I dropped my provision in for the whole enchilada, I guess you could say. And if there's 27 Nadine Mirzo, couldn't that be utilized and then the rest could be thrown into UUFB? Or, I guess I need a little clarification on it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. As we were discussing after that, is that there is 1.9 million that's still sitting in fixed costs for the NGS lease payment. So what will happen there is that Delegate Amber Knusbach-Crotty will be making the floor amendment at BNF to take that money out of fixed costs and put it towards the shortfall for the veterans and also for the Chinle chapters for personnel. That would be the floor amendment. And that should take care of the 2.7 million, as they're currently in the personal life savings. There's 1.8 million sitting in there, and so they're about less than 900,000, around 900,000. That is still short, and so the floor amendment, taking that 1.9 million from the NGS lease payment, would be able to take care of that. Vice Chair Smith.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
No, Kushina. Budget and Finance Committee. Maybe I'll just go one by one since there's no motion or being offered. Vice Chair Smith, based on the recommendation, what is your take on putting the money into the UEFB so we can move forward?
I agree with that. That's fine. Thank you.
Kushina, hello, Vice Chair Smith. Delegate Jimmy here in the shop. My delegate Jimmy over here.
I think I agree with that one. That will be very easy to put the money put into that UUFB. That'll be better to identify the money very easy. Yes, I support it.
Delegate Jimmy over here. Delegate Amber Knusbach-Crotty.
Chair, I don't mind being a delegate who doesn't support that. I think if we don't have time today, we definitely should have a conversation. If the three branch chiefs want to talk about their recommendations, we have from now till well, not today because it's been a long day for sure, but till Tuesday to get that money allocated. It's a long, lengthy process to do UUFB. It's a long, lengthy process. And we have projects that are short funded, and we still know we have areas that could be covered. And I think if the 3 branch chiefs want to have a meeting tomorrow and they then bring forward some recommendations, we could take that into consideration. But so I'm okay in terms of saying I don't agree with that, because I think that's kicking the can down the road, and it takes a lot of time and energy to do UUFBs. And so that's my comment. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Shane. Yeah, last for your recommendation. And I believe what we can do is the same as the floor amendment for the 1.9 million. If the 3 branch chiefs decide to meet before the BNF committee meeting, then we could do 13 floor amendments at BNF, utilize the 27 million for projects. That's another avenue we could take too at the BNF committee meeting in Shenandoah.
Okay, thank you, Chairman, because, you know, OMB doesn't have a building, or Water Resources, they don't have a building. So something needs to be done to get them in a secured location. Thank you, Chair.
Shenandoah Delegate Daniel Brown. Shenandoah Delegate Elmer P. Begay.
I'll vote green.
Yeah,
both sides now.
So Mr. Pahi, there's a consensus for item paragraph G.
Yes, I'm going to change that to the entire $27,911,000 will be put into the UUFB, and then we can later do the amendments to allocate that money. For now, it's just going to go into UUFB.
Yes, thank you for that. So does that complete the legislation, Mr. Pahi? Are you ready to move forward with it?
I will need to work with Ms. Bobroff for a little bit, and I'm hoping, I anticipate we should be able to finish it up in about an hour. Maybe by 6 p.m. I'm shooting for 6 p.m.
Okay, Kushina is 4:32, so about an hour and a half. So, Peggy.
Yes.
You're right up here. So, do we still need to stay on, or make a motion, entertain a motion, a second to approve it the way it is, as it has been read with the recommendations, or do I call for a recess? What's your recommendation?
Mr. Chair, I think that pretty much we just need to let them complete the work so it can be dropped. It doesn't need to be perfect, because usually when it's brought before the committee, there's usually amendments done at that time to tweak it so that it's as final as possible going forward into NABI at that point. So there may be other changes that will come up. People will remember that there are things that were, you know, that need to be corrected and such. Only on exhibit, there's a exhibit J still has a minor error on page 4, that condition of a appropriation 1, it says based on its quarterly, that just needs a minor correction on that spelling. You see what I mean?
Oh,
yeah, area that I found in this that's still there, but I think that you could probably just vote to accept what the rough draft that we have, or it's not really rough, it's pretty well put together it just has a few minor tweaks, like Laureline said, working with legislative council, and then it will be ready for dropping. I think you've covered everything that it needs to be provided. And one of the things is just to make sure that we're not commingling funds, making sure that proprietary funds stay within that and trust funds stay in that, so we're not commingling funds. And I think OMB can help with those kind of discussions and questions on that.
Thank you. Thank you. So at the end of the receiving reports, is there a motion to accept the reports?
Delegate Yellowhair, motion.
Delegate Jimmy Yeller motions to accept the report. Is there a second? Is there a second? There's a motion by Delegate Jimmy Yeller to accept the report, which includes the final draft of the budget legislation. Is there a second? Going once?
Second by Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay, second. So we do have a motion and a second. And so with this vote, what we'll do is we'll be moving the comprehensive budget legislation with the instructions moving to OLC to complete the drafting, and then Speaker Damon will be standing by to sign it and drop it. So this, Ramona, roll call vote.
Yes, Chairman Henya, roll call vote on accepting the report. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty, how do you vote?
I'm sorry, Shada, is this for the report?
Yes, Shada, for accepting the report.
Oh, Hakushima. This is Delegate Amber Kenneth-Crotty. I'll vote green, accepting the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I'll vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Ramona, he voted green. I heard him say green.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We have accepted the report, and also moving forward with the comprehensive budget legislation, the Catalan and Budget and Finance Committee. As we spent over 2 weeks on this, and we've done a lot of good work. So yeah, let's move forward to the close of the budget hearing, other announcements, and adjournment.
Chair Henio, this is Peggy.
Peggy?
I have committee reports prepared for today's meeting that need to be signed. So that's just my announcement. And I know it's not written, but just letting you know.
I'm here at Steno. If you can bring it over.
Okay, thank you.
Any further announcement or motion to adjourn?
Motion, Vice Chair.
Motion by Vice Chair Smith to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Begay.
Delegate Elmer P. Begay. Second. So we have a motion and a second. If there are no further questions, comments, we'll do a roll call vote to adjourn at 4:40 p.m. Ramona?
Yes, Chairman Henry, roll call vote on the adjournment. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., how do you vote?
He voted green.
Okay, I'm sorry I didn't pick it up. Get that. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair, how do you vote?
Delegate Yellowhair votes green too.
Thank you. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Amber Canesbot Crotty, how do you vote?
I said it. This is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Amber Canesbot Crotty votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Honorable Elmer P. Begay, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Elmer P. Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, how do you vote? Chairman, we have 4 members voting in the affirmative, 0 opposing, chairman not voting, and 1 member not voting. Chairman?
For the roll call vote, 4 in favor, 0 opposed, chair not voting. We are officially adjourned on the budget, comprehensive budget hearings from Budget and Finance. Thank you.
Good job.
Thank you, Peggy, Ramona, Ms. Barboff, Ms. Kapahi, Mr. Biel, your staff, Nanette, and committee members on each floor. Thank you so much for all your help. And I see Arvin on there. Thank you for your input too also. Okay, have a good evening.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the Budget and Finance Committee. Appreciate your participation and your leadership. We're finally getting the show on the road, I guess is what I meant to say. Thank you, Laureline and Dana as well, and all legislative council, and everyone actually, who contributed to making their input to the budget. Thank you, and we'll meet you at the next stop, which would hopefully be the 29th of August. Okay,